Set up. Good. What is up, everybody? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Stupid. Let's get this party started. We're going to be cleaning up the verse today. There we go. Make sure that's in a good spot. I think it is. Everything is looking situated. Clean that up. Okay. Welcome back to the show, my friends. Finish cleaning up the debris around this pad, and then we will see what else is out here. We pretty much got Everest Harbor all cleaned out. What's over here? Leftover parts of my Reclaimer. Whoops. Here, let's clear the pad up first. What's up, Blue? How's it going? Rock that down. You forgot something. What? What'd I forget? Here we go. Wait, what happened? I know what you said. I was wondering, or wanting to see Windrose today. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I've got to shift that to Fridays. All right. Oh, our filler station's full. Wait a minute. Let me go empty that out real quick. Really enjoy your streams. Been part of your community. Do you have a Discord server? Yeah, we do. You can find the Discord links in the description, buddy. Well, you're over on Twitch. Sorry. Damn, got something in the back of my throat. My bad. Cause it's Wednesday. Yeah, you might have missed. Or I think you said you know what I said. Yeah, I'm switching it up. Forza Fridays. Windrose might make appearances on Tuesdays or Thursdays, or maybe some Wednesdays, because we got Forza Horizon 6 coming out as well. I want to do more Windrose for sure. God, how long is this damn pad? Jeez. There we go. Just wanted to get out of the way. Situate our construction material real quick. Man, so sorry. We got like something stuck in my throat right now. Did you see the Conan update? It's awesome. Conan update. I'm Conan what? Lou, if there's anything you can tell, it's I'm not as up to date on a wide plethora of things. Conan Exiles. I'm not sure what that is. So sorry. I know Conan the Barbarian, if it's around that. Updated to UE5. Yeah, this is all foreign language to me, but if anybody in chat understands, then the hell yeah, happy for you guys. Awesome. I got you. All right. Upgraded to Unreal Engine 5. Okay, cool. Yeah, pretty much everybody's using Unreal now. What's up, Bartman? Richu, how you doing? Okay. Get back here and empty out our our hoppers real fast. Cleaning out these pads, man, it fills you up quick. Got a CS2 on Monday because I shoved the Game Rules Reclaimer off of external pad. Nice. I pretty much flirt with CS2s constantly right now. That's not what I wanted. That's not salvage processing. In Armistice, you might not be able to eject boxes. Oh, yeah, you can. I've done it a lot. Yeah, there's no issue with that. Now, if you're at a Lagrange station, then maybe, because they have like a block on your tractor rifle, like Crew 1 and stuff, which really, that's annoying. But no, these main busy stations that I'm servicing, nah, you can utilize everything just fine. Tried to glitch inside of it, but it did not work. That's funny. All right. Let these spit out. There are pieces of a Polaris that I cleaned up out here earlier, so I'm just gonna throw these down. I'm learning with as much as I'm in the Reclaimer now, the ways that I like to maneuver and move this crap. Getting my British buddy back into the game, getting my Canadian friend who hasn't touched the game since before Pyro, and a Muslim buddy of mine back into the game. Nice, yeah, reaching all aspects of life. Well, good stuff, man. That sounds cool. What's up, Hazard Shield? How you doing? All right. Let's drop this. Just trying to stuff that lower deck while I'm thinking about it. Is that it? Please clear the conveyor belt. It's already clear. What do you mean? Continue ejecting. There we go. I started messing with this sort of gameplay over the last couple of days, and you fill this shit up fast. Unless you get destroyed by a station because something weird happens. Had a little misunderstanding with a red Idris that I fractured, and apparently I killed somebody on there that wasn't a criminal, and then the station killed me, and I immediately ended up at Cluster Prison with a homicide charge. Was still satisfying to fracture that Idris, though, because he was just hogging that docking port for like a good half hour plus that I was there melting other ships. I'm reasonable. Like, if you just flew in and landed on the pad, I'm going to give you like 20 minutes. But then he suddenly went red, so I was like, sweet, I'm gonna fracture him. And then I did, and then I got a homicide charge. I was like, why? That's really stupid. What's up, Martin? How you doing? Man, we still got quite a few here. Hang on, let's see. Let's do a little math. 240 divided by 16 is 15 boxes. Holy shit. Come on. So many. I don't think I can get a good angle to move this stuff right now. Come on. Ah, you usually let me up there, you bastard. What are you doing? Get out of my way. Go over there. Go. Oh, what the fuck? This thing's being stubborn. There we are. I'm just gonna let you sit there for a minute. Alright, let's see. And run jump. Oh, come on, dude. Why are you being so stubborn? I had no problem jumping up here. There it is. Alright. I think I'm going to be able to make simple room. Alright, we'll just move this stuff like this. What's up, Akun? How you doing? Have they made it easier to get the containers in and out of that below area in the Reclaimer? I don't think it's too bad. I mean, it's a little clunky, but the more frustrating part, honestly, is just like finding a good spot to sort of stand to get everything you can, which I'm going to start preloading the second floor with stuff to make more room. And I don't plan to hoard too much because the amount of time it takes to refine this stuff and the hit. So to make this a sustainable enterprise, you need to be able to outpace the crime stat charges. Right now we're sitting on about 80k, so we can clear a few CS2s depending on how many charges we get. And I'm gonna refine and sell this stuff off as needed. Are we almost there yet? We should be. Yeah, we're done. All right, cool. I'm gonna head down and organize some of this. I had a really good time just kind of like listening to an audiobook, cleaning up pads, the satisfaction of not having a bunch of assholes taking up pad space. Is it the hold, right? The salvage hold? Deadweight just said we have a skill issue. Yeah, I might have. So it is not super easy to get him down here. That I've learned. It's a pain. Let me. You'll see a lot of the frustration as I do this. I like having him in here because I can actually get in here from outside when I am offloading. So if I preload this bottom portion with boxes, it makes the offload to the external elevators a little bit more friendly. I definitely recommend offloading to an external freight elevator versus trying to find a place to land, because right now docking ports are all jacked up and trying to deal with like an atmosphere sounds like a really shitty time to me. Barely enough room to rotate these suckers down here. But I like to try to give myself as much room as possible to work with. Doesn't help that these things like to move around a lot. You definitely learn some tricks when you do this enough. Alright. Is there another way to open up this elevator down here, that this one that goes outside? Or is it just the open all button from your cockpit? What size do you normally print? 16s for time's sake. It's just easier to deal with 16s because it takes a lot less boxes to worry about. I mean, they will get, you know, held up on stuff, so you gotta be patient. Usually untethering and retethering helps get around a lot of these sticky spots where the boxes like to be a pain in the ass. And I'm guessing, and I haven't done this enough to really have developed my opinion on this yet, but not hoarding too many is probably a little bit... What? Get the hell over there. What are you doing bouncing back toward me? Trying to give me the OLISAR hello? No, sir. You stay. Not hoarding too much is probably better for your sanity. It is definitely a bit clunky. Come on. You really want to try to get these sideways as 16s to more easily get down here. This one's been a real pain. There we go. Actually, let's move this one over here. Try to make full use of this spot. They just, God, they bump into each other and move so easily. It's like, really? Need to keep a path to the damn elevator. What are you stuck on? Jeez. Why are you moved? Get back up against the wall, man. What? Why? This is going to be a fun stream for y'all. I'm going to get aggravated a lot. Oh, that's because there's another box behind. Stop trying to freaking come at me, bro. Just stay there. Right there. Stay on the wall. Stab it. Alright. That's fine. I can still get to the elevator. You can open it while on it or right next to it and close it while on it. So where? How? Is there a hovering button? Because there's no pad to interact with. Deck latching. Ah, it's like a hook. It's a floating one? Okay. Oh! Oh shit, you're totally right. I learned something. I'm too spoiled by the gold standard ships. Okay, cool. Good, good, good. What's up, Citizen Cal? How you doing? Alright, let's head back up and shove more of these that way. Alright. I don't think, yeah, this ship was designed, you know, long before any actual idea of what Salvage gameplay was going to be like. Elevator, I think, is how cut-up pieces are supposed to go. Okay, looking forward to the new PTU patch today. Also getting new flight pedals. Oh, that's exciting. Hell yeah, man. I'm sure you are pumped. All right. This is one of the spots I like to stand. Okay, that box is, like, stuck on something lovely. Why are you being... Why am I, like, squatting and shit? Just stand up. There we go. There's a way you can actually kind of, like, tuck this to move in a little easier. There we go. It's so the minimal tractor distance with the rifle is probably some of the issue here. I wonder if it'd be easier with the handgun. Ah, you pain in the dick. I try to turn them sideways if it'll listen. There we go. Shove that in. Hey, what? That just went in. All right, cool. Well, if more of them would behave like that, it'd be a good time. What's up, Hawks? Is this advanced jank? Oh, yeah, super advanced jank. Oh, might have found the sweet spot. What are you getting caught on? Fucking come get in there, stupid. Trying to see where's there it is. Haha. Haha. Get in there. All right. That works. I'll just throw that there. Throw you there as well. One of the biggest problems is when you're offloading, the boxes like to go running away. All right. We should have plenty of room to clear out the rest of Everest Harbor. We are at a CS1. I had something weird happen this morning. We're probably going to go to prison a couple of times, which kind of sucks because it means we might end up losing cargo if we're not careful, which means I might actually drop it and try to refine. It's just I got a CS2 and then the station started firing at me. Usually the station's not going to fire at you until CS3, but I don't know if it was because the ship was too fresh. Did you have to dig holes and pickaxe? Wait, what? Hurting big time, messed up bad. Oh shit. Oh man, I hope. Sorry, not feeling well, man. I hope it rapidly corrects itself. And yes, yeah, the Reclaimer definitely needs a rework. We're probably going to hear that a lot today as people come in. Oh, that's how you hurt yourself. Sorry, my brain went back to Windrose when you mentioned, like, digging in clay and stuff. That's my bad. Alright. A station can shoot you with CS1 depending on what you did to get it. That's stupid. That's inconsistent. That's dumb. I've been doing this so much and everything's been fine. But I had fractured and cleaned up a ship on the pad, which I've done a million times without this happening. And the station decided to start shooting at me. And I was like, fuck you. Alright. Yo, these turrets now are nasty, dude. My Reclaimer, I can't even get to an airlock to jump out before I'm blown up. It's wild. Oh, of course I want to play Windrose. I always like playing Windrose. What are these guys doing? We got Couple of ships coming in, is that what that is? Yeah. Starfarer. Honestly, the station should pay you for doing it. That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, that's the remnants of my Reclaimer earlier that busted to pieces when I fractured this guy who was a dick and parked right in front of the hallway. That is an automatic munching from me. If you cram your ship up in here, blocking this hallway, I'm gonna melt your boat. I don't care if you just got out of it. Don't be that guy. it's fucking ridiculous. It's like, it's people who double park in a busy parking lot, like over the white line, because they think that their 1990s Ford F-150 deserves 2 parking spots or some shit. Or the gas cars that park in EV spots, or the EVs that park in gas station stalls. All those assholes should have their vehicles melted. So game rule ships are like, it's weird because now there's bricked ships, not really game rule ships from what I've seen. So I'm gonna have to do more scanning to see what's up with that to maybe determine it. So with the damaged things, think loading Furies with attrition 2 is going to be worth it? Oh yeah, attritions on Furies are definitely, I mean, that's just a good idea right now regardless. Attritions are nasty. Alright. Let's go ahead and clean up the rest of the Reclaimer. That's the problem, is my old Reclaimer is about to be what fills us up, but that's fine because we can get a refinery order started. And then, like, use our whole B to go sell it off. Let's clean up this debris. Why are we not moving? Come on, wake up. There we go. See if I can get in a position here where I can grab all of this in one go. Might take a minute, but that should work. About right there. Have heard the armor weapon changes have messed up the balance of ship defense missions. Probably. I'm sure it's janked up a lot of stuff, especially NPC related stuff. They're going to have to do some work to rebalance things out. Holy crap, just realized Idris pilots are going to be pissed with 4.8. Why is that? Alright. And let's go. Am I hitting all of it? I am! Hell yeah! Getting all the pieces at once. Hawk might be the best dogfighter in 4.8, just like in 4.3, 4.4. Oh, just because of the sheer number of weapons. Run 2 attrition 1s and 4 attrition 4s. Or 2s. Jesus, not 4s. That'd be crazy. What's up, Interhype? How you doing, man? Alright, last piece to break down. And that pretty much cleans up our Reclaimer mess. And then this pad is operational. The voice of Mugen. What's up, brother? How you doing? Alright, there we go. Gonna be harder to get NDBs and stealth military components too, unless you can make them. Yeah, and I think right now, NDBs are basically rendered not useless, but like not important because of the change to the weapons. You're better off just going down to Loreville and buying yourself a full suite of attritions. If anybody doesn't know, the only place you can get attrition 2s is actually at the Hurston Dynamics Showcase down on Loreville. You can get 1, 3, and 4 just about anywhere. Levski, Pyro, all kinds of places. But the 2s, like for your Lightnings or your Hawks and stuff, you got to go down to Loreville. Some Aegis pilots are going to have to spend more money to get the T-kit because they can't get the railguns anymore. Oh, is that what's going on? I'm having a load of ships on the pad, especially when you want to refuel. Yep, that's why we're doing this today. We are keeping the verse clean. See, like this individual right here, I applaud them. And they haven't been here too long. So, like, this isn't a ship that I would go and melt. I do want to scan it, though, and see what it says. Because I might have gotten the extra crime stat issue or the station firing at me because the ship was like under active player use. Also, what ship has a size 6 that isn't bespoke? That is actually a really good question. Yeah, see, owner, Emperor Fury. So, like, I am not going to touch this. It's an active player ship, and he was a good person who decided to park off the pad. That is called pad etiquette. If you're planning to run in and do stuff and you don't need to take up the pad for refueling, be like this guy. Shout out to Mr. Emperor here. Good man. Let's go check the other pads real quick before we move on. Oh, shit, there's a part of my reclaimer left. Hang on, let's go scoop this up. Everest Harbor is going to be looking squeaky clean, dude. I wonder which station we go to next. Probably Seraphim? What's up, Cheetah? How you doing? Something new in 4.8? I mean, there's quite a bit new in 4.8, yeah. Bricking doesn't apply to components and weapons too. Yeah. Dude, applies to the whole thing. Yeah, dude, can't wait. Yeah, by the way, guys, Voice of Mugen in chat here. He's our guy who's going to be on our Friday live streams. We're still figuring out what we're going to do for tomorrow, because I think you said you get out at 16:30, right? I haven't checked your last text. I'll have to check that out. It's my buddy it's my brother. But we're going to be getting into Forza on Fridays. We're starting with Forza Horizon 5, all kinds of fun shit. And we're trying to figure out our scheduling for Fridays. Friday stream times might be moving around a little bit to accommodate. I might do a double stream on Friday where early morning I do maybe Windrose and then later in the day I do Forza. Still kind of figuring out, kind of brainstorming stuff. Holy shit. 455 SE out of this piece. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and unload our hoppers so we don't waste this. Wish you could do this at Area 18. My large hangar has a vulture in its entrance. Oh no. Wait. In the PTU? Or in the main game? So when the Edge of Sim gets reclaimed, the railgun's gonna get bricked. Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. So, well, I mean, yeah, that's gonna apply to anybody who liked going out and getting weapons and components off of ships. That's a no-go now, including that Idris rail. No, in the PU. Okay. Well, I tell you what, I plan to do this sort of thing. I just find it fun to go and clean up shit and make it. It feels a lot more rewarding to know that you're making the verse a better place. And I'm going to make some videos on this too, because it'd be cool to get some other salvage guys kind of just into the fun of this, because it's also going to be profitable. How much? I guess we'll see. But the amount of construction material you can get from crunching these ships, man. The whole bricking thing will be coming to FPS Gear 2 eventually, yeah. Yep. Alright, let's open this up. Get these going here. Man, maybe I should do like 8s. For the ease of moving these around. Let's try that. Let's do 8s. Probably, it's going to be a lot of 8s, but still, I mean, it won't take too long to move, I don't think. What the F is this brick? I just read the patch notes. I don't see anything about stuff bricking or deteriorating. So brick just means that it becomes defunct. Like, it doesn't work. It's unusable. It's like a bricked phone, how it just doesn't turn on anymore or work. That's what it means. And components and ships are going to brick when they've been claimed. So you can't utilize any of their weapons or components. Yeah, it's a dud. It's no longer usable. So you can't go out, find a ship that's got NDB-30s on it and take them, because they're going to be bricked. They're not going to work. They actually have an icon next to their name in parentheses that says bricked. So it's part of a way of trying to fight the duping problems we've had in the game forever, where people are, going out and finding stuff and then duplicating it in their hangars. This is a way to do it, because when the item bricks, can't be used, it kills the ability to functionally use that. So basically, TLDR is claimed ships are useless to everybody. outside of salvaging them for construction materials and RMC. Salvage is useless. Well, I mean, no, scavenging. Scavenging's useless. Salvage is unchanged. Now you have more incentive to just go ahead and break down the ship and sell the RMC or construction materials. But yeah, you're totally right. The really fun part of the salvage gameplay loop that I like, treasure hunting, scavenging parts, that's dead right now. It's dead until they can do the second part. So the next step, eventually, probably not anytime soon, is we're going to get a way to restore bricked parts. Turn them back on or make them at least functional in some sense. Maybe break them down to craft new parts. They're going to give us a way to eventually, once the main problems of duping are solved, utilize these components. But for now, as a fix to the game-breaking duping problems, nobody gets to have fun. I think you can still remove and dismantle high-crafted components. Yeah, being able to dismantle would be awesome. And hopefully that gives you eventually the materials, or at least a portion of the materials to maybe craft your own. So there's kind of a fix to the issue right there. I know this is really sloppy, but I'm just trying to throw it all as far back as possible so I can easily grab it when I'm offloading. Are we done? No, we're still... This is why I like doing 16s, because we get so many 8s. What's up, 9ball? How's it going? Also, doesn't that mean we'll be able to keep NDBs we pull from contested zone? I mean, yeah, anything you loot should be unaffected. Looting from contested zones or QV stations like the smugglers, missions and all, that should be unaffected. That should all be business as usual. Sorry, I've kind of read patch notes, but I don't read leaks and I haven't kept up with stuff other than what y'all talk about. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, that's what we're here for. Love the questions. Happy to expand. I usually try to avoid most leaks and spoilers myself, outside of like Evo and PTU testing, where I'm actually a part of it. This week's been off, I can imagine. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, just testing 4.8's been off for me in a pretty big way. It took me quite a while to actually start to get in here and do stuff. God damn, how much more? Okay, we got like 2 more 8s after this. I think I'm gonna go back to 16s just for the sheer number. My gosh. Yeah, right now, sale price is literally 0. I hope that changes, man, because it'd be nice. As far as the M80, I don't have any thoughts, because all I've seen is a fan art rendition of the heavy fighter. Basically, it's just an Origin Hurricane, from what I saw, if that's real. Tetris Master, you are not. Yeah, no, that's... On this ship, I am not... No, Tetris can kiss my ass. Nope, 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 not here. You didn't see what they posted on Twitter? Well, that might be the thing that I saw. I don't know. Let me see. Oh, let's take a break to take a look at this. There is an official M80. All right, let's see. Let's see what's up. Okay. DefenseCon. Is this it? Go away. I don't get... Fuck off with the cookies, man. Just let me be on the website. What is this crap? Get out of here. Stupid Google. What the hell, man? Got one job. All right. That's funny. Okay, so this is the official M80. Not a whole lot to see. I think it's... I mean... The wheels thing, unless we have, like, functional wheels, are still kind of dumb to me. I know that most of the Origin ships utilize wheels or really big landing legs. It's the only picture, really. I mean, it looks cool. It's a cool design. kind of has like a stealth, like a modern stealth fighter design to it. It's interesting. What do we got? Just all I see is a set of hard points on the wings. Is it just 2 size 5s? Is that it? Yeah, definitely ain't no Pitbull. I'm a lot more excited about the Pitbull. I wish we had a different image so I could see the weapon complements a little better. Looks like we just got like 2 weapons on the back wings. Definitely a hell of a swept back design. That's kind of intense. Smooth. 2 size 4s is the theory? What? As a heavy fighter? Oh my god, if it's just 2 size 4s, that's going to be a flop. Or is it not actually a heavy? Is it a medium? I don't know. It's a heavy? I'm going to reserve my final judgment until I actually see the ship. I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to be that guy that gets too hasty on a picture. So I'm going to wait and see what it actually, like what the actual stats are, how it flies, what its full weapons complement is. But I'm a little worried. I will say that. Also, people think Cunards will swing out from under the M80's badge. Kind of like how the swept wing style of the sabers and such. That'd be pretty cool. I guess we'll see, man. It better not be 2 size 3s. That's not a heavy fighter if it's 2 size 3s. That's a joke. 2 size 5s would make sense if it was just 2 weapons, but we might not be seeing everything. So that's why I want to reserve my judgment. A fast middle boat. So, like, all right, think about it this way then. Can it compete with the Meteor? Not with what I'm seeing. Because the Meteor is like sort of the medium size light fighter resistance, but heavy fighter armaments. And I don't know, that thing looks more like a racing ship than a fighter. What do you think, Cal? Because it's a gun power seems low. I'm thinking it has to have a gimmick. Interceptor tuning, EMP, or stealth. Yeah. I mean, even if it had all of those things, only 2 hard points at size 4 would be... Ugh. I just wouldn't be able to take that seriously. First Origin ship in 5 years. Wait, is that right? Okay, well, there we go. Oh, if it's like the Saber Firebird, but Origin with size 4s, then it better have... Because what is the Firebird's got 24 size 3 missiles. So if it's a missile boat, it's got to be a pretty crazy missile boat. I mean, the Guardian MX has 24 size 2s, but it's also got 4 size 4s. I'm very intrigued, honestly, with what it'll be. All right, we are beginning our disintegration. 16 as far as I can tell. 16 size 1s that are visible, but it might have hidden racks. Oh man, I hope so, because the more you guys talk about this ship, the more it sounds horrible. Fast missile boat. Yeah. It's not going to be enough to compete in the heavy market. Again, I'm reserving final judgment until I've seen it. I'm going speculation based off of a picture that doesn't give you a whole lot of detail. I'm gonna be reserved. I'm thinking it's a stealth EMP. Yeah, but even as a heavy stealth EMP boat, it'd be underpowered. I kind of hope it is, though. I would like more stealth and support disable ships. I love me some stealth. Yeah, this is all faff until we know more. Yeah, I agree. Did you get your aviators? I haven't been in the live build since 4.8 came out, so I'm sure I have. I just haven't looked. I will definitely be rocking those aviators once I actually get them, though. Yeah, I think there's a lot to consider with that thing. And yeah, guys, I think it's time to offload because holy shit. All right, hang on. Let me take a peek around to see if any of the other pads actually need clearing. I think we're good. Because I'm getting a lot of construction materials. Holy cow, man. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to be too much of a Debbie Downer. It looks incredible. If it was a beauty contest, I don't think there'd be much competition. So I'll at least give it some grace there. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. What's up, Thorn? Should be expecting a new image like that one in an hour and 20 minutes. Oh, hell yeah. Cool. Then we can check that out on stream. That sounds awesome. All right. Is this the other? Nope. This is planet side of Everest Harbor. The other pad location's over this way. Let's go check it out. Yeah, we'll run in, refine, knock out that crime stat. Okay. I think this pad just had a Polaris next to it, but not taking up any actual space, if I remember correctly. Oh, we got a Corsair on the pad. What? What do we have over here? What's this? What the hell? Are these like remnants of a Starfarer? I could probably just clear that myself. Or... Alright, I don't mind losing the material on that one. I'll just eat that real quick. By the time DefenseCon comes around, all the new ships besides Yoda will be revealed most likely. Yeah, I would bet so. So I bet the refining time's at least a day for all this material. See, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to parse it out bit by bit. That way it doesn't take forever. Because, yeah, I did a full, like, 700 or 800. No, it was over 1,000. I did over 1,000 SCU, and even with pyrotechnic chromalysis, it was going to be 12 hours. So I was like, holy shit. I'm going to definitely be splitting it up. I'm just going to eat this to eat it. I don't care about losing the, like, 0.2 material it probably is. Remnants of a Starfarer with the mass of a star, yeah. 1.6 SCU. All right, let's go ahead and clear that off the pad, off the fuel zone. All right, guys, we're going to set a mental timer for our Corsair over here. I'm a reasonable guy. We're going to take the time to offload, set refinery orders, and everything. If we finish all of that, and that Corsair is still on that pad, I'm going to eat it. I'm planning to do the rep grind for Salvage this evening. Oh, man. Do you see that you can go to the con and the PTU just doesn't have the new ships in it? Yeah, it rotates every couple of hours from what I understand. What's up, Ken and Nighthawk? How you doing? Welcome to the show. It is pad cleaning day. We're still at Everest Harbor. It's not a really fast operation a lot of the time, but it, man, is it satisfying. And Windrose in game looks wild. Yep, yeah, so for anybody who doesn't know, we have switched our miscellaneous gaming day to Friday, and it's going to be sitting... Or it's going to be a Forza game slot for a while as we are ahead of Forza Horizon 6 coming out. Windrose, I am planning to start sneaking some streams in on Tuesdays and Thursdays, or maybe on Friday. If I do a double stream, since my buddy Mugen probably can't get in right away, I might do Windrose first and then pivot to Forza Horizon 6 second. The YouTube channel that I'll be streaming on is in the chat, Gaming with Deadwig. Not in the chat, sorry, in the description, really close to the top, Gaming with Deadwig. It's a new channel. Give it a follow, subscribe. That is where we will be seeing the new content. As far as Twitch and Kick, no worries, it'll be the same. I'm going to scan this real quick and see if we got an owner on board. We don't, so he's not on board. All right. The virtual timer starts now, buddy. Forza out to the 19th. Yeah, but I'll be able to play it on the 14th. My buddy Mugen and I have early access because of the premium early access game that we bought. Built that station with wood and copper. You know it. That's good. All right, let's head back to the external elevators to start offloading this beast. All right. On the day of the con? Well, what is the 14th? What day does that fall on? I haven't checked. Yeah, and Forza Horizon 6 being based out of Japan has my buddy Megan and I very excited. Drake Day at Defense Con. Yeah, but Monday, Tuesday, guys, Wednesday, Thursday. I mean, I can check. Let me check. Do a lot of sim racing with a full Fnatic rig, but I still like ripping it up in Horizon 5. Yeah, that's what we're going to be playing next Thursday, I think. See, that's not even a stream day. So maybe I'll do an extra fun Star Citizen stream day on that Thursday. We'll figure it out, man. We'll be fluid with it. You guys know I'm not going to be missing Invictus and Drake Day and the Ironclad coming out. As much as I haven't shut up about that ship. Alright. I'm going to get the Toyota Yaris ASAP. Let's call the 14th what it is. Ironclad Day. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I will absolutely be messing with... Star Citizen that day before Forza. Alright, we should be still nowhere near close enough, man. The backup camera is so misleading. Alright, that should be perfect. Let's go. May the Ironclad be with you. Yeah, I can't wait, dude. I'm so excited for that thing. I flipped on the Ironclad, I didn't care, but now that they've confirmed the Assault gets hangar services, I might melt my Perseus or Polaris for it. Oh, shit. Well, see, I'm so curious if it's going to actually do what people are hoping it'll do for ships. I still am expecting it to be a vehicle thing, but if it is a ship thing, yeah, that's big, man. How do you get the rear view like that? It's under your, like, first options keybind for operator or seats operator modes. It's just look behind. You just got to bind it wherever you want. It's helpful, but like super crazy zoomed in, so it's not accurate, but it will give you at least some reference. Chat tells CIG I want a new ship to play with in 4.8. Let's go. Fabricator on the Ironclad Assault will most likely be for vehicles only. That's what I'm expecting. Alright. Kiwi says it's a ship thing, so it better be. Plus the TAC works for ships, and it's cargo bay right now. Yeah, but the repair modules and all for the Ironclad were always advertised to be for vehicles. So we'll see. I hope. I mean, that'd be awesome. Melting a Perseus is blasphemy. Does the review work on all ships? Yeah, it's a keybind for all ships. Alright, I'm definitely going to pump out 16s again, because, man, that's just too many. It's already 15 boxes and 16s, so... Yeah, Clipper Fab needs to get done like yesterday, man. It sucks that it isn't yet. Alright, I'm going to actually leave that here, because I'm going to send down what's already in the salvage hold, get that refining, and then come back. Your Reclaimer is not full yet. Nope, it sure is not. And I am not waiting to fill it up to deal with the workload time on that refinement order. That would be horrible. Okay. Mechway coming through. Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, boy. Get over. Look out. Coming through. I'm going to need to make room for this. Oh, god damn it. Am I inside the fucking... You gotta be kidding me with this crap. There we go. This suddenly feels very dangerous. There we go. Get down there. Get out of my way. Pain in the ass boxes. Okay. That's cool. So we think new ship reveal or just more info on the M80? I was actually thinking we'd hear something about the Origin Generalist ship before we got this random Origin Heavy fighter. Stay where I put you, man. The way these boxes want to keep bouncing back like they're on a damn spring. Would you just flatten so I can... What the hell is your... Alright, yeah, no, 8s suck. I'm sticking to 16s. I thought 8s would be less stressful. Okay, here we go. Open the damn door. Alright, fine. I'm gonna go get the elevator up. I think it'll be about the Starlight. Now that would be cool. I would love to see some more info on the Starlight. I don't want my Polaris to make money for the Idris, because I know they're going to do limited supply. Yeah, so I'm so glad I don't worry about any of that. I could not care less about buying a Polaris or an Idris or anything. And it's nice on the soul. Star Citizen vehicles and gameplay Q&A this Friday, so that's where we probably hear about the ships. Yeah, that's a good point. Alright. Start getting this crap out of here. Get over there. Holy shit. These are just getting pooped out now. Alright, we're losing one of the boxes. Where the hell did the, There it is. Okay. Everything's alright. We got this. At least I'm glad I know that I have an elevator button here now, so I can keep the rest of my ship secure while I do this. That's comforting. I was just using Terra Gateway to be away from people. See, I can... Whoop! That's not what I wanted to do. Come on, get on the elevator. Thank you. Right here, that works. Alright, because now I can grab each of these. 8s are definitely going to be a lot easier to move around like this. It's just so many more boxes. Living up to that notion that I tend to find myself working with the pain in the ass ships, right? Just what I do. Get the Reclaimers to Taco Bell, that'll get it unclogged. That's so true. Help me out while we're at it. Oh, man. I already got the Baja Blast, so we're doing something right. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm at least glad for this part of doing this sort of thing, because it's not just a 100% charity to be clearing out these pads of player ships, because you can actually get construction materials for it, make some money doing it. We'll see how long it takes to refine this stuff. Alright, so there is a way that I found to kind of like zip back up into the ship. Like this. See if I can do it. Oh, nope. Takes a few tries. Oh, I almost had it. Fuck. I had it down to a science yesterday, dude. Keep getting stuck on this stupid pole. You gotta stay on the edge, though, otherwise gravity's gonna grab you. There it is. Alright. You know, you're right. Now that you've told me that I can raise up the elevator, this is true. So this is what I was doing yesterday before I knew that was a thing. I did not angle this quite right. What have you been munching to get that many construction mats? Ships at stations. Blocking up pads. The amount of hammerheads and Polaris and Persei all out here, dude. Oh my gosh. Like, this is nothing. This is a small amount of construction material compared to what I was getting a couple of days ago. I had 1,000 SCU of construction material that I had gotten together in like less than an hour and a half or so. I didn't really track the time, but man, just like the amount of people that just leave their shit laying around. It's like, you know what? It's about time that I tested out my desired janitor game loop that I've been thinking about for a while. And yeah, man, it's pretty awesome. Can you eat ships with shields, or do you just have to leave those? No, you can eat everything right now. It's I don't know if they're going to patch that out or what, but I've been able to eat everything. I've been able to munch anything with shields on or not. Powered on, powered off, it didn't matter. You just have to balance out your crime stat. So you are going to sink a little bit of money into clearing your crime stat every time you get to a CS2 at least. And sometimes you got to be careful, because even getting to a CS2, sometimes a station can decide that that's when it's going to start shooting at you. And it will absolutely blow your ass up and send you to Klesher. But that's not a long sentence. You can break down like 5 aphorite rocks and be out of prison pretty quick. It just would suck to lose all the material that you had. So it's kind of up to you. You can clear your crime stat after every ship you fracture, or try to stretch it out a bit. It's about 20k per ship armistice violation. So there's definitely a profit to be made. If you're at where I'm at, like in the PTE right now, where I've only got about 100k, and I'm kind of scraping the barrel, which is why I'm hoping to get the profits rolling during this gameplay to show you guys. Can you eat ships in the AZs, armistice zones? Yes, that's where I'm eating them. I'm eating them actually on the, so my target are all the asshats that leave their ships on pads, blocking us from being able to refuel, rearm, repair. So it's kind of like my community service, so to speak, to the verse. I am going to Everest Harbor, Seraphim, by Genie. Hell, I'll go to Levski. I'll go anywhere people say that there are a bunch of ships blocking the pad, and I will spend my time cleaning it up. And I'm hoping to maybe develop a little bit of a cleanup culture with this. I mean, it's going to take some work, because a lot of the ships that are left are too big for the Moth. Granted, there's going to be plenty of good munching for Moths as well, but I use the Reclaimer because there's a lot of Polaris and Perseus and such whole seas that are left behind. So I just take them out. Let me go ahead and send this up. Let's see how long this refinery order is going to take. Thank you so much, Edric, for pointing out that elevator button, because now I feel good about doing this at pretty much any big station like this. Janitors unite! Yeah, man. FYI, there's no refinery there. This is one of the reasons I would go to Terra Gateway. That is why I was going to Terra. Sons of bitch! Always touch the button first. Oh yeah, always. I already brought this up manually. But yes, Blue Soul, definitely. Always touch the button first. Well, I guess... You know what I could do? I've been using Terra Gateway because it's like the least used place by players. So, shit, you're totally right, man. I forgot there are refineries at these main stations. God damn it. Maybe I'll go get the whole B. Change ships. No. Well, I might go grab the whole B to transport this. Yeah, I might do that. Use a C2? No, God, no. No way. I don't want to be anywhere near filling up a C2 with construction material. I've already done too much. What I'm going to do after this is just take the Reclaimer out to Terra to drop and refine. That's the whole reason I was doing it originally. Where am I going? Oh, I can't wait to try the whole B during Defense Con. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm just going to grab my whole B and run this stuff over to Terra, and also maybe see if I can get a mission, or are there any materials here that would sell over there? Because I could probably make some money too. I mean, not much. Nah, it's fine. Hull B is here. I want to make sure. Yeah, we got the Hemera Quantum Drive. We're good. We might run a hauling mission or two while we have the Hull B, just to make a little bit of extra cash. And we'll come back and pick up the Reclaimer and see if the Corsair is still sitting there on the pad. Because if it is, it's getting eaten for sure. I hope they push to live soon. I hope not. I hope they drag this out for like another 8 days. Or, well, 7 days. Another week. I understand wanting it sooner, but just... I hope they push every bit of polish out of this build as they possibly can. Won't you have to land the Reclaimer? No. Terra's got external freight elevators. That's one of the reasons that I want to use stations that have external freight elevators and refineries. That's why the gateways stand out to me. Why in Stanton I'll be doing this over at Terra. That way I don't have to worry about trying to land or... Like, right now with docking or trying to launch the Reclaimer, the docking collar doors are freaking closed, which is really frustrating. It's already a confirmed issue console for the devs. It's like when you spawn the Reclaimer at a station, it says docking port 2. You can't actually get to it because the damn doors are closed that block off the docking collar. So you have to actually get into another ship, fly out to your ship, and board it from the outside. Do you know if Whole Sea Autoload is fixed in 4.8? I actually don't, Jim, because I don't have the rep to test that. I would think that since Stack All is fixed that it might be. I want to test that. I just don't have the time right now to grind out that rep. But we're going to do a couple of missions in the whole B. Maybe get some rep going real quick before we continue doing what we're doing. What is this blinding light? Wait, that stupid glint? There's like a weird annoying glint off of one of these MFDs in this patch that has been driving me insane. I realized after the fact that I misunderstood that and thought you were talking about when 4.8 goes live. Oh, you're responding to Edric. My bad. Okay, let's zip over. I could have loaded outside. Or I could have loaded in there, but I'm just going to run over here and load from the external freight elevator. These changes are way too disruptive to go live. I think the meta changes will be totally rolled back today. I would not be surprised if that happens. Alright. I feel a little bad about leaving my Reclaimer in front of this bay, but there's so many that I'll be alright. I'm not like blocking a refueling zone or anything, so I think it's fine. But yeah, otherwise I would totally not leave my ship here. But we're gonna be back to get it. As a docking bug resolved in the PTU, can't use my Reclaimer PTU because it won't undock. Sorry, this was previously asked. So, Jeff, they changed the damn docking keybind, buddy. I found out that's what it is. It is right alt N now. It's not a keybind that can be bound to flight sticks yet, which is really stupid. It's a new keybind that was changed because of the command module. So you can undock. It's just right alt N. It works every time. I didn't know that until recently when I was finally asking, like, what the hell is up with docking? When I was doing the refueling missions at the Starfair, that's when I learned it. So yeah, if anybody's been having problems with their Reclaimers or their Polaris and stuff, it's because they changed the damn keybind. Just to show you guys, you can find it here under Flight Movement, under Advanced. If you scroll down a bit, it's going to be in between the landing stuff. Yeah, right here, docking, right alt in. So it's here on your keyboard and mouse, but it isn't here on your flight sticks, which is really dumb. So if we go back over to our flight sticks and we go to flight movement and we scroll down, unless they fixed it in the last day, they didn't. Damn, still not there. So that is what it is. The VK with the Joy-Con mod can do it, by the way. The VKB. Oh, well, cool. I just hope they add the keybind. Refinery auto-loading was definitely bugged. You could potentially test that. That's true. I could probably test that. Was it... Well, so is the bug that they're still stacking on top of each other? Because if that's the case, that answers the issue or the question about the whole sea. Because that's the same problem. So if it's still happening to refined orders, then it's definitely still happening to the whole sea. So they haven't fixed that yet. Because those issues are linked. I don't like the new MFDs after all. They are sized incorrectly for using them. You can barely see your shield status with them on your physical. I hate using cast because I use head tracking and that takes up my vision. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Same issue, meaning you should test it. Well, that's what I mean, Blue Soul. If it's already confirmed that that problem is still in the PTU, Oh, not sure about PTU. Okay. Now I'm tracking. I was understanding that as it was already confirmed in the PTU. So, no, okay. We can, yeah, with this refined order, we can potentially test that. All right. You guys know I'm down for the science. Mr. Fuels are going to need some reworks and gold standard passes. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's been known for a long time. I'm actually really excited to see what the Starlight's like. Okay. So how much is this? 328? Okay, cool. It's not gonna take up all of our space. We'll be able to move everything. Make sure we don't have anything that we don't need. All right. Pretty much gonna fill up the whole B. Hell yeah. Fellow Salvager, industrial player here. What's up, Aaron Johnson? Reclaimer for life. Also a Starfare fan. Glad the switch was turned on again for refueling. Now can refuel space truck at the same time. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. We actually did refueling on our last live stream, and that was a good time. I almost was getting into like a NASCAR mindset, like pop up and you're like beep 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 beep, like just do it really fast. That's good. I'm excited. I also unlocked the fleet missions. Spoiler: it's just like 3 light fighters over one of the weapons testing facilities. It's not like you're filling up bigger ships. So like the 28K fleet missions I unlocked was just like a Reliant, a Gladius, an Avenger, you know, that kind of thing. So, nothing too crazy. I probably could have parked a little closer now that I think about it. Alright. So, I feel really dumb that I'm even having to do this, because I totally forgot that these main stations don't have refineries. I've been a little spoiled by Levski and Pyro, because they are very efficient and have everything together. Whereas out here, you gotta go to Lagrange stations or gateways to do this. This is another reason that I'm probably just gonna stick with 16s, because it makes it a lot easier to load ships. And have I told you guys how much I love the whole B yet? It makes this process so easy compared to trying to load even a C2 or a cat. All right. Higher refueling missions pay well too. They get up to 300K. Woo, man. Yeah, I need to do some more grinding to get up there. I have not seen those missions yet. But they are fun. It's nice to see the refueling gameplay actually coming into the verse, man. Been far too long. Hey, get over here. As per usual, nose is tickling. Alright. Whoop. Come here. I want hydrogen fuel to matter. Oh yeah, like us actually burn it faster. Yeah, they could probably uptick how much we burn hydrogen fuel. I mean, I can understand, you know, at the year 2956 that we'd have some pretty efficient engines, but we also don't have like good camera placement for backing up our ships, you know, so But yeah, I would like hydrogen fuel to matter a bit more than it does. Some ships, you know, you use a good bit. Like if you're in a reclaimer on a planetary surface trying to do salvage, you're going to burn through your hydrogen pretty fast. Most ships, though, don't really feel any consequence to their hydrogen. Possible the reclaimer won't get a rework until after base building is in, since one of its features is drones. Yeah, and I would imagine the reclaimer is probably going to get a full Mark II redo, kind of like the Starfare. Because I think it's going to be a big enough change that it's not just going to be a gold pass. I think the Starfare and the Reclaimer are going to get a proper Mark II variant. What mouse do you use? Looking for one with infinite scroll wheel. I am running the Razer Basilisk V3 Pro. I think there's a version of this that's not quite as expensive. It's like, well, I guess expensive is relative. I think the non-Pro one, I think is like 80 bucks. I think the one that I got, I splurged a bit. It's like $150 when I bought it. But yeah, this is the mouse. It is awesome, man. Has the ability to... Sorry, random sounds. You can lock or unlock it with this button here. It has a smart tab where if I flick it hard enough, it'll just start to free spin. And I can stop it. It's a game changer for cargo. I have a G502, has the infinite scroll. Yeah, it's a Logitech, right? Those are the two mouses that I hear, or two mice that I hear the most about, are the Logitech and the Razer Basilisk. I don't think we need a second Reclaimer. The Reclaimer just needs a rework to bring it up to modern standards. Well, that's what's going to happen. That's the Mark II. Because it's going to need enough of a rework to probably be a secondary variant. Like the Hornet Mark I to Hornet Mark II. It's the same ship, but just brought to modern standards. I think that both the Reclaimer and the Starfarer are probably going to get that treatment. That's the difference between it just being brought to gold standard, which means same ship, just with physicalized components, versus a ship that's getting a little bit of a redesign. Alright, there we go. Thanks, yeah, it's cargo I want to use it for. Yeah, it's such a game changer for tossing cargo. That was probably the best advice I ever took from a viewer, was to grab a mouse that has a free-flowing scroll wheel. Alright, popping in. There we go. Let's go get this refined, man. I'm going to check contracts before we leave, too, to see if there's maybe any hauling contracts I can kind of do on the way. I think I'm only rookie level, so there's probably not going to be a whole lot of options. Yo, what's up, Sully? How you doing? Mark II would sell better than a rework also. Yeah, it totally would. Yeah, from a business stance, it makes a lot more sense for him. Let's see. We got anything heading that way? Terra's not too far from us, so I don't want to go too off the beaten path here. Everest to Hurston L2. That's not bad. Well, we're kind of full, though. Yeah, let's just go ahead and... let's just go. Still salty about the Aurora Mark II. It could have been so fun if they just didn't make it fly like ass. Yeah, did it end up not really living up to your standards? Because I had a pretty good time with it, but as far as it being like a competitive meta fighter, I didn't really give it that much of a thorough examination. Alright. Whoop, come on, there we go. Terra Gateway, here we come. Should be a relatively quick flight from Hurston. Flies like a Super Hornet or a Shiv. A medium or heavy, despite being classified as a light. Damn, it's really that bad. Holy cow. And even with all the modules taken off? Because I flew it without any modules, thinking that that would just be lighter mass and hopefully better rate, but I don't know if that's how it actually translated or if it's like hard blocked to fly at a certain rate. Because I know that when you added the module, it would make it heavier, but have an extra shield. Yeah, I agree. It should at least be in the same realm as a Gladius. Modules make it fly like a Vanguard. Oh, hot damn. Never mind then. Okay, so that's not good. They should probably give that thing a little bit of a tune because it's a really cool ship, but people aren't going to end up like staying in it. I mean, some people are going to fly it because they just love it. That's how it is for some folks. Like me flying a Cat versus a C2 because I just like the Cat. But the majority of people that want to be like in the ship that they are told is just better than other ships, people are going to stick to their Arrows and Gladius and such. They're not going to jump into a Mark II Arrow. You know, I guess that's a good counterpoint, 9ball, that it's a starter entry ship. So how does it compare in its I don't know if anybody knows this or has done the testing. How does it compare to like the Avenger, like the Titan or the Origin 325? It doesn't have the firepower they have for sure. So that's, I would argue it probably needs 4 size 3s. But also I hate the idea of starters. I mean, yeah, fair. I guess, so let's use a different term then. Not starter ship, but like a daily driver that's got, okay, well, let's also qualify a daily driver because I got to also grant the fact that somebody that, like Citizen Cal, is their daily is a fighter ship. They live in a flight suit and they're just in that. That's your life. Versus what I would qualify as a generic daily driver being something that has an interior, somewhere where you can eat and drink, bed log, carry just a tiny bit of cargo, you know, kind of getting back into that Avenger 325 class of ship. But again, if you were to put the Aurora Mark II in that caliber, or that class rather, it's too underpowered. Because the Avenger and the 325 both have 2 size 3s and a size 4 on the nose. So the 4 size 2s don't really measure up to that as like a daily. Looking at specs on Urkel Aurora Mark II seems to have better pitch yaw than the Titan, but Titan has better roll. Well, I would argue that the pitch and yaw are more important than the roll. The rate's better than the Titan except for roll. Okay. Then there's the Wolf with 2 size 4s. Yeah, but the Wolf is... Oh, man. The Wolf is so good. It's such a maneuverable little beast. Doing the versus dirty work today. You know it. Yep, we're actually taking... I kind of goofed a little bit. We're taking the salvage material from the ships that we cleared off the pad over here to Terra to drop and refine using our hull B. So we get to do a little bit of the... You know, double trouble, blue-collar strategy. I was planning to only use the hull B to take it from Terra to go sell. But I forgot that there's no refineries at the main stations. Problem says interior features offer very little value right now. Can't rehydrate, make food, take a shower, which serves no purpose. Use the toilet, which also serves no purpose. Bed is somewhat useful, but not too often when you really log out from a ship unless you're intentionally trying to live off-grid. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think those are all valid points. Because I've had to recognize that, like, myself as a player, I kind of sort of naturally roleplay in the game. Like, I sort of, like, live in the verse even in my own head. With how I do things, so where I'll even bring civvies and take the extra time to load up my ship because I don't plan on claiming my ships and stuff in the live build, I should say. The PTU is a different story. But not everybody's like that. I've had to realize that because I would make a lot of my judgments based on how I play, which is a bit more like life in the verse, slowed down a little bit, kind of relaxed blue-collar guy versus how you might typically approach a video game where you don't have all the time in the world to do all that. So that's fair. I think that's fair. Yeah, I'm thinking, I haven't tested the Gatlings yet. Cal, have you tested the, size 3 and under Gatlings and such on the ballistic side? Are they back in the game? I know attritions are just the best right now, which, a little bit of satisfaction there for the little bit of time we got that. But how are they running? Terra Mills on Sellin's the best place to sell it according to UEX. Oh, wait, the refined construction material, you mean? Good to know. In the PTU, that's a bit of a different case. I mean, right now the wolves are both actually broken as of the recent patches that came out. But the time to kill in the PTU with the wolf is pretty slamming, dude. How it is in live is one thing for sure, but with the current changes, the wolf is still pretty nasty. At least when it's not trying to fall out of the sky. Gatlings are still rough. Shredders are okay. You need to make it mixed. Loadouts is the 40% damage reduction through shields means they cannot damage heavy fighters. Okay, so we're still facing that problem, which is another reason that right now lasers are really strutting their stuff as just the weapon, the preferred weapon, especially the attritions. I mean, just a little bit of combat we did out of the Starfarer on Monday with the 4 attrition 4s, dude, was so satisfying. I do want to grab some attrition 2s from Loreville and do some fun tests out of my Lightning with a 4-2 build. Or sorry, 4-3, 4-2 build on attritions on that thing. Let's go this way. It might actually be faster to lead through the elevator with how I like to do this, because I like to keep the airlocks closed. Everyone seems to have an F8 except me. Yet when the second the F8 became purchasable, I melted several ships and made it happen right away, because it was one of those ships that I always said, if I get a chance to get this damn thing, I'm gonna do it. I'll pull out a credit card. I don't care. Like, I've had this crazy infatuation with the F8. If I ever had the chance to get my hands on an F8A, I probably would just shit myself on the spot. All right, here we go. Whoop. Now, I don't think that this amount should be too much time-wise. We'll see. Kind of testing that out. Some people had F8As when they first logged into the 4.8 PTU. What? How the hell? I'm sad that I missed out on that. Well, is the weapon complement different on the A? I would figure kind of like the F7A, that it was just the more maneuverable version of the F8C. Weapons are different. What? Holy shit. Okay, I didn't know that. What is it running, like 8 size 3s? 2 size 4s and 6 size... Get out! Oh my god, does it have like a size 4 turret and then like the wings and nose are all size 3s? Or is it 4 and 4? Is it 2 size 4s and 6 size 3s, or is it 4 4s and 4 3s? Dude, that is so nasty. Oh my gosh. That would make a heavy fighter a meta. Well, if it's those weapons and it's got better handling. I don't know. I mean, that's so much firepower. Holy cow, dude. Yeah, I would... I doubled down on my previous statement. I would just shit on the spot. It's literally a bit more than 1K less DPS than a Corsair with attritions. Yeah, that's freaking wild. Alright. Come on. God, I love how easy this thing is to offload. That's fine. I'll just... Wherever they land, I don't care. It's cool. Poor Guardian will fall so much when it comes out. Yeah. Well, if they ended up making something like the F8A a bit more mainstream, it would cause the need for some competitive ships to come out. 100%. Because that would be too much, I think, a departure from the rest of the fighter class. It still wouldn't be a complete win condition, you know, like a bad pilot in an F8A is still going to get stomped by a good pilot in another ship, but a good pilot in an F8A is going to be a freaking tyrant, dude. That's a ship I won't pass on. I mean, if there is some chance that I'm able to get my hands on one, I definitely will be. And it's less, or not necessarily less about its improvements, it's the ship as a whole. I've always just really, you know, like some people just like certain cars because of how they look. The F8 has just always had this design language that's just, I just love it. It's a ship I genuinely like beyond its weapons complement. So even when the F8C got its maneuverability nerfs, I was still a kid in a candy shop flying that thing. A lot of talk about the F8A being a reward for Squadron 42 purchase, or possibly what you get after playing Squadron 42. Don't know. All just wild speculation at this point. Yeah, which means, it's like, I worry that that'll oversaturate the F8A market. And this might not be the most popular opinion. Let me know what you guys think. Feel free to yell at me for this. But I think that completing Squadron 42 on some, like, super hard New Game Plus mode and... Or sorry, let me restart. You beat the game on some like the hardest difficulty, like whatever that is. New Game Plus, hardest difficulty or whatever. But then what that does is it gives you a token to approve to be able to upgrade your F8 that you have to an F8A. What do you think? So beat Squadron 42, and maybe not even the New Game Plus hard mode, whatever. Like, you could scratch that part out. But beat Squadron 42, and then you get the ability to upgrade if you have an F8 to an A. And that is talking, I fully recognize the fact that I have one, so I'm like F8 privilege for sure. But what do you guys think? I can't get it if it requires an F8C. Yeah. Yeah, and that's a valid point. That's a valid point. Problem with an upgrade token like that is supposedly they are going to stop selling ships in the pledge store with 1.0. But yeah, but I think that's a separate thing. I'm not worried about 1.0. I don't think Squadron, unless they come out together, then that kind of like brings the conversation together. But to me, 1.0 is a semantic mythical beast that I don't really care about. Well, how about this then? If you beat Squadron 42, you get like that golden ticket token to be able to then buy an F8A. Would that be a good compromise? I personally like the idea because it took me forever waiting for the F8C. That I would feel a little salty that all it takes is just beating Squadron 42 to be able to buy an F8A. I mean, and again, I recognize where my opinion's coming from. Totally valid if you disagree. That's just my feeling on it. Let's see, Freight 12 is where we're at. The upgrade token was supposed to be the path. Oh, it was. Okay. In my case, even beating Squadron 42 would probably take a whole lot of luck. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, well, I guess we'll see. Yeah, I guess we really can't speculate too much on what it'll be like playing that. How about we do our idea requiring an F8C, but then I magically get an F8C. I mean, yeah, there we go. You know what should happen then maybe is like around the time that Squadron 42 is dropping, there's like 7 days, or maybe not even 7 days. Like I'm gonna get like super like gated with this on purpose. I'm gonna say there's like a 3-day purchase window when Squadron 42 hits to buy an F8C. Whether you melt ships to upgrade to it or whatever, like store credit, whatever. A 3-day window when Squadron 42 drops to buy yourself an F8C. And then you beat Squadron 42 on its hardest difficulty and you get the token to upgrade to the F8A. I think you gotta earn the F8A, right? You want to be an elite. You want to be like a badass pilot. So whatever the hardest difficulty is in Squadron 42, if they even have difficulties, I'm making an assumption they're going to have them. And then you get the token. So 3-day period to buy the F8C when Squadron 42 drops, like a weekend special, and then beat it on its hardest difficulty or whatever, and then you can upgrade. That's my proposition. That probably doesn't matter at all. They could do what they did for the F7A and have it tied to an event. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like a rare event that you take part in. Yo, what's up, Sacks of Wine? How's it going, my brother? How you doing? SC Hollow's in the chat. Everybody say hi. If it's going to be a skill check, then I don't think it should be a monetary one as well. Allow us to buy it in-game. Yeah, I see the sentiment there. I just also worry about the oversaturation of the ship. Because then you're just going to have nothing but F8As in the verse. Which, I don't know. Maybe that's kind of what needs to happen to create some other corrective action. Not bad, my friend. Hope all is well. Yeah, it's been fun. We're kind of taking more of a chill approach to 4.8. We're actually doing janitor duty, cleaning up main station pads like Aorus and all that. We're actually setting up a work order out here. Damn, that is still a 4-hour work order. Holy shit. All right. Now, it's only going to come out with like 50 SEU of material. Whatever. All right, we're going to go ahead and get that cooking. Just a balance issue. That's fair. Is there any percentage to take into account in refining RMC? So, they use the same refinery methods as regular ore. So your Dinic solventation, your Ferron exchange, and your pyrotechnic chromolysis are going to be your best yield. Yield with not RMC, but construction materials gets just absolutely obliterated, which is unfortunate. So that's just going to happen. I think it's maybe depending on where you go refine it might affect that. Please correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in the chat. Yo, Mick2D, thank you so much for the follow on YouTube. All right. Where am I going? Making your rewards stuck behind IRL money after you have purchased 2 games seems like a dick move. I mean, again, I understand the sentiment there. What the hell? Gotta keep going this way. These gateways always mess me up. Nope, not that way. Where am I going? What is happening? Hold on. Keep going this way. Not that way. Just keep going straight. Ah, there we go. We found it. Hope they let us unbrick stuff soon. I don't. Yeah, soon? No. Unbrick stuff eventually. Like maybe next year. Maybe end of the year. I don't know. Levski is the only place currently that has refinery yield bonus to CMAT. Oh, well, that's good to know. With what I'm doing here, I am not looking to make like buku bucks, but just a profit on paying for my crime stats, which let me go ahead and get that taken care of while we're here. Should be about 23K to clear this. We've had tier 0 item recovery for over a year. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I'm not thinking it's going to be anytime soon. I predict social tools and suit lockers soon. I hope you're right, man. I do. I would love for that to be the case. I think a lot of that, optimistically, is a 2027 time frame, but I hope I'm wrong. Do components still get bricked if they're not in a ship when it's claimed? Interesting question, Hornet. So, do components still get bricked if they're not in a ship? When it's so, like, you take the components out and then you claim your ship? But, so, what's the goal there? Because you still have the same... I guess they would get bricked. Oh, 20,000. A little bit cheaper than I thought. Yeah, because it's tied to the user, not the ship. Yeah, that's right, that's right. They are tied. It actually says registered to you when you're looking at the component. So yeah, the system is smart enough to realize that, because that is a way that somebody would still try to, like, dupe their stuff. So it makes sense that they figured out how to say, no, nice try, not gonna happen. Sorry, bud. All right. How much should we... We're kind of hurting on the funds right now. I think Aorus Harbor is pretty clean. Let's shoot over to maybe Arc Corp. Do some hauling runs real quick. Wow, I lost my... Come on, really? Oh, wait, no, it's because I'm at a freight elevator. I'm stupid. Disregard. 12, I believe. Well, yeah, I mean, even if they always had ownership, now they're actually, like, showing you they're registered to you when you tractor them with your max lift and stuff. That's what I meant. What's up, Hull B? Let's get back over to Area 18 and such and go, make some money. Or, nope, I did say I was gonna see if that Corsair was still there. I'm gonna stand true to that. So let's go back and get the Reclaimer. We'll double check Aorus Harbor. If we run out of money, then we'll go do some hauling to make some cash. This needs to get fixed, whatever that is. Okay, now it's gone. There's like this really crazy glare in the whole B right now, right around this MFD sometimes. It's driving me nuts. I don't know why it's a thing. Alright, Aorus Harbor. At least nav is working. The amount of times I've had to Alt F4 to correct my weird nav issues on this build have been frustrating in their own right. You see, got the obstructed around Terra Gateway. Makes sense. Have to get some speed away from the station to correct that. There we go. And we're off. Thank you, Hemera Quantum Drive. Did you leave your Reclaimer floating outside Everest this whole time? It's outside the landing, or not the landing pad, the freight elevator, yes. The external cargo elevator, where it's not doing any damage to other players. I made a comment on that when I left it there. I was like, I wouldn't want to leave it there unless. That way, how do you feel about the instantaneous claim times? I love that. Personally, as a quality of life thing, honestly, I love it. Because the amount of times that we get screwed out of our gameplay loop from something stupid, especially being like a whole sea pilot, you got a 15-minute expedited time because Chris Roberts decided he was going to spawn your whole sea inside your hangar extended, and you had forgotten or something, and now you got to wait another 15 minutes? Yeah. So you still have the cooldown after you claim, and you have a pretty hefty price now for claiming an insured ship. Like, reclaiming my Reclaimer, even with the base loadout's like 70K. So if you have regular amounts of money like I do right now, that actually matters. But it comes up right away, so I like that. You can get the glare to show up if you swap the page to self-status or shields. Oh, is that what the glare is tied to? Is a certain MFD? Oh, ooh, no. Damn it. Ah, shit. I can't get rid of it now. Mistakes were made. Hold on. You got me. Oh, it's so bad. What is it? Self-status or shields? Oh my gosh, I can't. I was hoping I could just... Fuck! The betrayal! Citizen Cow, how could you? No, that's not your fault. It's my fault, because I said, oh, really? Let me see what happens. Fucking fail on my part. That's it, ban him. If I could just look at it like, no, damn it. Yeah, it's so dumb, dude. What do you guys think, though, about the, it's a bug with the new FD panels. Before you sit down, your self-status, that's what's bugged. Okay. What do you guys think, though, about the claim times? Because I personally, I love it. I love getting my whole C right away. Now, if you go try to immediately claim it again, there is a cooldown. That's where the countdown stuff happens. But I'm a big fan, honestly. Because since you have the bricked parts and stuff, too, there's really no benefit to having, like, the long wait times for it. I'm worried about the claim time and combat. So, there's still a cooldown. So if they run out and they die after they claim their ship, there's still that cooldown between being able to claim it. That's there. So it won't, unless it's a small enough amount, because, I mean, it's still like 15 minutes for some ships. 15, 20 minutes. So it's not going to allow for, like, immediate respawns. And again, I mean, people before would get around that by just, like, buying copies of their ship. Like having 2 or 3 arrows, 2 or 3 gladiuses and such. I mean, I've even had it to where if I'm going to go into dedicated dogfighting, I've got my arrow, my gladius, my wolf. I have a couple of ships ready. That way I can immediately get back into the fight, like right away without waiting. Unless I might be missing the concern with claim time and combat. It just shifted the timer into the background. Yeah, basically. I just like that if the timer has cooled off in the background, that you can get your ship right then and there. Like that, it's felt really... And this is obviously coming from an industrial player mindset with this, because a lot of our bigger industrial ships take so long to frickin' cool off when you're trying to do an expedited claim, that it's a glorious, glorious quality of life improvement to be like, shit, my whole sea just glitched and broke or quantum off into buttfuck nowhere without me. And I don't have to wait, you know, a minimum of 15 minutes to continue my gameplay. I can just go in, pay the 70K or whatever, and get my ship right away. I wish they'd add a deliver for a fee option. That might come at some point. I could see that. I have 2 whole sea for that reason. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you got players driven to the point of buying multiple ships to get around such a painful part of the game in some ways, yeah. I think that, like, if they were able to do a tiered system, and let me know what you guys think of this. This might be a little bit too much, but maybe, like, it starts to increase if you die or try to claim, like, within a certain window, like spamming. There was also a bug exploit before 4.8 where if you logged to main quickly enough after claiming your ship, the claim timer would go to 0. Oh, wow, I didn't even know about that. Holy cow. But, like, maybe there's some way that they could, like, if you're sort of abusing it or dying a lot, if it, like, added a couple of minutes to your cooldown, like 5 minutes or so every time. I can see that getting to be a little bit painful, though. Does turning the ship off and on again fix that MFD light issue? I actually, let's see. Why is my keybind to turn my ship back on not working? Okay, I'm gonna try it this way. Nope! Still there. Shit.
How can this help you today? Systems on.
Instead of claiming the ships to move them, request a shuttle delivery. Yeah, kind of like Elite Dangerous, right? Where they actually deliver ships over time. Yeah, worth a try. Fair enough. Okay. We got that bug where it's not wanting to... Did I turn my engines off? Whoa!
Engines on.
What is... Why are you fucking up? I just hit F8 to... Fuck! Oh, wait. I can. Hold on. Oh! Yes! It's still there. I just had to click on the right spot. We're good. Turn my damn coolers back on. What is your malfunction here? Why are you acting stupid? Engine's on. Jeez, dude. Okay, we're back. I've caused so many issues. Ban me. We figured it out, man. There's salvation. We got out of it. We're good. We're good. It's that SpongeBob meme. You're good. You're good. You're good. Alright, there's our reclaimer. This was... What pad? Because I'll probably just... Oh, there's my lighthouse of reclaimer. Hang on, what pad is this? I don't see... the number. What is the number? These should all have numbers. 12. Okay. Cool. What is that? Just part of a ship? Looks like part of a whole sea. We'll scoop that up. Oh, so that was your reclaimer blinding me as I was loading my car. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's my reclaimer. We're cleaning pads up at Everest Harbor. My bad. Did I leave my damn headlights on? Oh, I feel like an asshole now. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm about to get her. We're gonna get... Oh! There's... You know what I said, guys? We're gonna have to clean that pad. They've had more than enough time to move that ship. No, sir. Okay, there we go. Headlights are always on from the reclaimer. It's a visual bug. Okay. Well, still, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blind you. My bad, man. Goodbye, Corsair. Yep. Just I'm telling you that you need to add more coolant to your radiator. Oh, the way it was, my coolers are messing up. I know. I gotta run over to my Space 7-Eleven and grab some 50-50 antifreeze. Oh, God, there's the light again. Just the guiding light to bring the moths home. Yes. Love it. All right, let's get some fluids. There we go. Drink while falling out of a ship? Let's do it. Ugh. Oh, and Stack All is allowing for the fluid blessings of Chris to work. So even though it put the empty one separate, if I hit the Stack All button, it puts it all back in the same stack. A lot of people are upset we are getting flight suits before suit lockers, but I don't really see the issue. Yeah, because I mean, flight suits have already been a thing, so expanding to what they can do now isn't too crazy. Like, sure, do suit lockers make it more convenient to swap between our suits for when we want to do, like, high-G maneuvers and stuff? Totally. Totally, I can see that. I hope we get suit lockers soon, but I don't think we necessarily needed to wait for suit lockers to have this GeForce difference. Especially, I think it was on the last live stream, somebody brought up the fact that when it comes to flying in your light fighters, you often don't have an interior, or what was it? What was it being said? Because you have storage lockers where you can store your armor if you want to go down and do some shooty stuff. Oh, I don't remember. It was a good point that was brought up. I'm botching it now, but somebody who is in a big enough ship that they would want to bring some different gear along, they're not really going to be facing the G-forces that would cause them to need Just a flight suit? Sorry. Oh, that's what it was. It was like that light fighters don't even have suit lockers. That was the actual point, I think. Yeah. Yeah, suit lockers are going to be in the bigger ships that aren't going to be experiencing the G-forces that would really make the difference to need it. So it's kind of a dead argument in that sense. Whoop. Hang on. I got an airlock. Open, says me. Thank you. Put your helmet on! I know. I caught it. I caught it. Just look for the circles. You always want the rectangles. Alright, let's go munch that Corsair and check the other pads before we move on to probably... what do we think? Actually, there's a lot of action around Area 18, so I bet Baijini needs some cleaning. And Baijini's a great place to get some hauling rep if we need to make some money. I think that's our next move. Everest Harbor's pretty clean. We did a pretty good job of sweeping Everest Harbor pretty well. Suit lockers would be good for like an Ironclad if I'm hopping in or hopping out of the clad into my fighter parked in it. Yeah, totally, exactly. Wait, Hornets don't have any storage at all anymore? Really? That kind of sucks. Okay. Up. I see a Starfarer over there landing. He better not be sticking around too long. The parking lot shopping cart police are here. That's what it feels like. Like I'm grabbing... Oh, wait, hang on. Let's get this debris. This whole sea debris that's just floating in front of the cargo elevator area. We're the cleanup crew. Coming in. Could you not use a storage crate with a flight suit in it for the... Oh, yeah, totally. You absolutely could use store all crates for that. Yeah, that's why I was saying that, like, storage or suit lockers with preloaded suit setups will be an awesome feature and quality of life improvement when it comes out, but there's absolutely workarounds for carrying a bunch of suits and gear through store all crates and all. That's very much true, yeah. Personally, I think it's a good thing that to fly a fighter to its max, you have to give up FPS performance. Marines and pilots should be different. I agree. I'm 100% on board with you there. And I think it's kind of cool, like we did with that testing that day when I was in the Wolf, where I basically just took like my Aztalon gear and I threw it in the Wolf storage, and I boosted my GeForce resistance up from like 60% to like almost 90%. It's like, okay, I see it now. I like it. Damn, is my depot still already that full? Holy shit. That's right, I offloaded without finishing offloading. Ah, whatever. I'm going to lose a little construction material here, but that's okay. Unless they told standard update most fighters for a retractable suit locker underneath. That'd be kind of cool. But I mean, like, I would imagine a lot of the fighters that are on extended missions like that are going to be parked inside other ships. Like Ironclads, C2s, and such. Alright. Well, now we're going to have to go clear out our bay. Yeah, people complain about light fighters as it is. Let's have a debuff to flying them at the top level. I know, it's like when I called out Buzzcut Psychos when he was crying about the armor changes, like it's a bad thing for group gameplay, or that it was like a disaster. And it's like, wait a minute, it's extending TTK and making it harder for solo fighters to kill larger group ships. So you should be happy about this. Same thing here with the light fighter requiring a better flight suit to be able to extend or to handle those higher G-forces. This is something that everybody should be happy about, aside from like maybe the super bully light fighter sweats that are like, no, I want to be able to take out everybody. I hate this. All right. Does the Guardian have a suit locker? That's a good question, especially between like the standard Guardian and the MX. I don't think so. Hazard Shield, I think, is in the chat. He probably would know. He's a Guardian main. How do we get those new suits? I think people were saying you can loot them over at Hathor. I don't think there's anything you can really like buy at a station yet. And even a regular flight suit with just a helmet is going to have you at like 90% of your GeForce resistance. Makes a huge difference. So you're not like gated behind getting these new suits. They just help you a bit more. Kind of like, you know, crafted weapon bonuses versus non-crafted, or going for a grade A over a grade B. Like, it's not a game changer, but honestly, it kind of buffs me as I don't run FPS often. Now I can hold heavier Gs, but at least now I pay a price for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm 100% on board with the mentality there. I think some flight suits were added to Tammany and Sons and to store at Levski with the latest PT patch. Oh, okay, that's cool. I'm glad. I was hoping they would add some purchasability to it. Oh, it makes sense for fighters with interiors and beds. Wait, what would? Having like suit lockers, like if it has an interior like the Guardian does. Tammany, Levski, and Cubby Blast at 18. Okay, cool. So we got some places that have flight suits now. Hell yeah. To kill a cap ship min, and that's assuming they could just lay into non-style. Light fighters should have the ability to kill a bigger ship, but it should take a very long time to do so. They just need to find the correct balance. TBC light fighters should take like an hour to kill a cap ship min, and that's assuming they could just lay into it non-stop. Yeah, I agree. And I think for the most part, a solo light fighter right now is not taking out a capital ship in a timely manner. They're just not. Anybody who says that they're blitzing through a capital ship like a Polaris or an Idris super fast, I'd say they're pulling that out of their ass. I mean, if Cal said they could, I'd believe him. I'd be very curious to how he does it. But solo cap ship takedowns, man, they are a time-consuming process. Yeah, it's not fast. I do think it's really annoying as a bounty hunter to be going after a guy who's using his cap ship as a hideaway fort, that it would take so much effort just to get this one dude that's a bounty hiding in his Idris. I think that's where the imbalance lies, in my opinion. Like the solo players that are using their big ships as a fortress to be basically invulnerable to other players. I think that is some cheese that needs to get worked out yesterday. The only fighter capable of solo killing capitals quickly is the Meteor. And it's mean at it. Yeah, and it's also susceptible and easily destroyed, so it takes some skill to not get completely blitzed if you're using that Meteor too. So like if a Meteor pilot's taking out a solo ship like that, I'm impressed. They render them combat ineffective. Yeah, there you go. I mean, just even the task of getting through the damn shields of a cap ship these days with the shield buffs we have, like that is a task on its own. You're not doing that quickly. Anybody who thinks it's a quick process has never tried to actually take on a cap ship by themselves. All right. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be printing any more 8s. 8s are really annoying to try to mess with. I'm gonna probably head down and move these around a bit. 16s from now on for me, man. A Meteor size 5 deals 1600 alpha damage and have 10 meters of penetration. Yeah, they used to have like 15. Gah, the glory days. Still checked? Yes, continue ejecting. Alright. Ah. Oh, come on, you pain in my ass. Alright, whatever. Just go over there. Stupid. That's what I wanted to do. T-4 for a sneak peek if they stick to what they've been doing. Oh, PDCs don't actually... See, the last time I went after a cap ship with my Meteor, the PDC shredded me to pieces. So, as a Meteor pilot, I'm actually happy to hear that. I'm still kind of the mind that the PDC should primarily not be targeting ships like that. But, I mean, I don't know, I'm torn there because, I mean, even in real life, our PDC-style weapons can definitely target fighter jets and stuff, so... I don't know where I stand on that. I have different mindsets depending on what side of the equation I'm on, which is kind of like your typical bias as a person, right? When I'm the bounty hunter trying to go after people, sure, I want all the benefits. But then, like, when I'm the guy in my reclaimer on my own, just trying to do industry stuff, I want it to be impossible for some sweaty troll to come after me and ruin my day. The dilemma of being human. Prioritizing your PDCs, yes. I think we should be able to tune it that way. I prioritize Torps, missiles, fighters. I agree with that. That'd be cool. I'll let these fully unload before I try to organize or move anything around. Size 3 weapons honestly should be able to scratch a cap. I don't know. I think if the armor is strong enough, it should prevent the damage from even starting to get through. I think for cap ships, damage-wise... Oh, man, I don't know. Part of me says size 5s, part of me says size 4s. Oh, should not. Yeah, okay, so I agree with you there. I don't think size 3 and below should be able to really do any pen on a cap ship's armor. I'm even hesitant with size 4s unless you're specifically running cannons. I think at a certain point the weapon type should matter. Like size 4 repeaters, no, but a size 4 cannon, yes. And then it starts to scale up as you go up to size 5, 6, whatever. I am money grinding before the event so I can purchase more components at Area 18 during the event. What ships do you think they will add for purchase in-game this patch? I have actually not heard of any of the ships that are entering in-game stores. Usually that's a pretty hot topic. Has anybody else heard of anything? I know people want, like, I think the Salvation, the Hermes, a few of the ships to come in, but I don't know that I've heard of any of them coming in. Hope they don't forget to tweak mining with all the ship balancing. Needs a lot of work still. Yeah, mining and crafting is going to go through plenty of tiers of iteration in the near future for sure. I think it's at a pretty fun spot now, and it needs work, but I think it's probably on the lesser totem pole of things that are more busted. Oh yeah, no, a 16mm cannon should definitely be doing some damage. L22 and Wicklow, but ship stores, I don't know. Oh, there's something. CIG hated the ballistics meta of 4.5 and 4.6 and made ballistics worse at everything regarding armor and shields. I wonder if they might have overcorrected a little bit. That seems to be the thing. It's like, it's almost like a pendulum. It's swinging a little bit too far, and you got to get like to those like easier corrections where you're doing like micro adjustments. I feel like a lot of the corrections right now are still really heavy swings. That's CIG style, yeah. Man, we gotta be close to the end of these freaking 16 SU boxes coming out. I hate how unorganized this is, I really do. I know I could get a bit more stickler about how I put these boxes in here, but it's just, it's not worth the roleplay mindset, honestly. I'd rather just throw everything over there and make it work. Is that it? Are you done? Yep, we're empty. Awesome. So, being a pad janitor, man, it's time consuming. Let me run down and, yeah, we'll go to Salvage. Inferno and Ion need a good bit of loving. All those poor ships, man. I don't know if they'll get a decent balance pass that'll be meaningful until they figure out their base sets that are still getting swung like crazy. All right. It's still kind of crazy to me that even this iteration of the Reclaimer doesn't have gridded space down here. I've always thought that was kind of insane. Oh, come on. Yeah, no more 8s. Holy shit, you're annoying. Gah! Whatever. Space unit with 2 or 3 people on a Reclaimer or with a couple of moths would be ideal. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to use the moth for this, man. There's so many ships that are usually taking up these pads that are too big for the moth that I would be swapping out of the moth so much to be able to break them. I still think, and I would love to know everybody's thoughts in the chat, I still think that fracturing shouldn't be size hard limited the way it is. I think it should be like power limited or time limited. So like a moth could theoretically generate enough energy to fracture an Idris. It would just take 10 times longer, you know, but you could do it. Or if you got a couple of moths together. Tandem fracturing, I think, needs to be a thing regardless, to where you could have several Salvations or moths come together or vultures come together to combine your power to fracture a ship. Can you break bigger ships with the moth? You just have to shoot them apart. Well, sometimes. But even with that, and I'll use the C2 as an example, you can break off little chunks of the wing and stuff, but the main body that you would fracture is still going to be too big. It still is not going to... What the hell? Okay, well, I just learned a spot I don't want to stand at. But yeah, the long and short of it is that you're going to have areas that are too big that it doesn't matter if you shoot them apart or even self-destruct them. The components are going to be too big for you to actually fracture. Or disintegrate, or whatever. Maybe swappable heads or fracturing arm, more powerful, bigger ships. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Like, give us some options to be able to do more. Or just, like, make it more of a time sink. Because, like, the fracture arm is basically building energy over time to eventually fracture a hull. But maybe when you are breaking something bigger, like, you know, a whole sea Carrack or whatever the case with the moth, you don't fracture the entire thing to disintegratable parts. Maybe you fracture off part of it, and then you melt that, and then you can now fracture the smaller part, and then melt that, and then break, like, layered breakdown. I don't think that you should be as hard size limited as we currently are. Now, should a Salvation be able to fracture an Idris? No. Should it be able to maybe fracture off an engine nacelle or something and salvage that? Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely some work to be done there. Some flexibility to give us the option to not have to use the Reclaimer for anything that the moth can't handle. Just bring some bombs with you, problem solved. Yeah, right. Well, even then, a lot of the bigger ships, their braking physics, when they break apart, they're still not going to be small enough for the moth. You're still going to need the Reclaimer to mop up the bigger parts. Yeah, cutting laser would be sick. Yeah. That would be cool. Like a way to actually start to like chop off bits to be able to then fracture. Yeah. Just an observation, CIG isn't afraid to size limit salvage, but it's afraid to size limit combat. Yeah, right? JK, I know it's deeper than that. Yeah. No, but I see what you're saying though. No, it's it would just be nice to not feel like you're forced into a Reclaimer to salvage because of something that's a little bit bigger than the moth. Like, even if I was to accept, like, okay, sure, an Idris, maybe not. Maybe it takes longer because you have to break it into 10 pieces. I'd be willing to take that extra time if it meant that I could eventually completely cut apart and fracture an Idris. Let me time sink it. That's cool. It doesn't have to be as quick as it is in a Reclaimer. But the hard cut to just be like, nah, it's too big. Same with the SRV towing ships. And I'm gonna get a little autistic with this, also being a physics and space geek. There is no reason unless you are purposely counter thrusting against it, that an SRV shouldn't be able to pull just about any freaking ship in this game. And yet, you can't, see how these things just bounce around? You can't tow into quantum like even an Asgard with an SRV. I just think that's really dumb. The speed restrictions make no sense to me just because it's space physics. Now, if we're talking atmosphere, that's different. That's different. But like if you're finding like big ass ships out in space at gateways and stuff, and you're trying to tow them away to be able to maybe salvage them or whatever the case, your SRV should be able to tow freaking anything in this game. It's just going to take more mass and fuel to tow the bigger stuff, yes. But that shouldn't prevent you from doing it. Yeah, right, Sax, exactly. SRV can't tow a mole. That's... Argo made both ships, and even outside of the manufacturing point, just think about, like, have you guys ever Googled the size of the tugs that pull the massive cruise liners in Florida? Just look at the size of the little tugboats that are able to pull multi-thousand-ton freaking ships. Like, it just, it bugs me that the SRV is so limited. New Twitter post is out? Oh, really? All right, hang on, let's take a look. Let's see what we got. And for anyone who doesn't know, I am on X, guys. Deadweight Gaming, CPT_Deadweight, same place, same stuff. Oh, we got aviators. Hey, it is the Starlight. Oh, wow. Wider than I expected. Definitely going to repost this. I really want to be able to see more here. Hang on, let me actually download this damn picture. Where's the save image? Is that better? Let's try it that way. Downloads. All right. Here we go. Now we can actually zoom in and look at this thing. So, very beluga whale style front end, which is fitting for MISC. Nice big intakes in the front. Got some maneuvering thrusters. Got some little size 1s. A little size 1 turret. Maybe size 2s. I don't know. That's pretty small. VTOL capability. And what do we have? 2 pods? It's not a lot. Especially with the way the refueling missions currently are. Unless these are much bigger. So we got 2 pods, it looks like, right in the middle. They look like they're the same pods you would have in the Starfarer, which is what makes me think like you are not refueling a lot of ships with this. Accepting the contract should negate armistice. Oh, that'd be sick. Also, when ships get tagged game rules, it should be sent out to recovery contract. Totally raging, 100%. Okay, so question, do you think that a fully loaded hull C should act the way it does, like hard to move, slow down, speed up? Yeah, totally. I think mass should matter. Same with the SRV. Same with the SRV pulling stuff. It just takes more energy. It just takes longer, but it shouldn't be like a hard stop. Like you just can't pull this. You don't have the power to pull this. But yeah, no, I like the way the hull C behaves. I actually also like the way the Starfarer behaves when you have it full of fuel as well. You can actually feel a bit of a weight difference, like the slowdown. But yeah, here we go. The MISC Starlight showing up on the 18th of May. 2956. What do you guys think of the design? I think it looks pretty good as a refueler. I don't think you're getting a whole lot done with it. Those engines look fragile. I mean, yes, they definitely do. Looks better than I expected. Yeah, it looks... So I was wrong. I did straight up say that they weren't going to do anything new, that it was just going to be the Prospector chassis. So I was wrong for that. I'll go take a drink for that. I do like it. It's a unique design. I am super curious to how useful it's going to be, because with the Starfarer the way it is right now, you only need one of the pods full of quantum fuel, and that lasts a long while. But you go through the hydrogen so fast, guys. It's like a pod per ship. So even with the bigger tanks, which are like 14.3 SCU. So you're refueling like one boat, and then you got to go restock. So that's it's going to be interesting. It definitely is a Starlight. That's for sure. 2 fuel pods on the bottom. Yep. That's it. Just the two. I'll be flying the hell out of it to see how it goes. What do you think, Sax? Because you actually just put out a video on refueling. What do you think of the fuel flow rate transfers, how much you can get done? The Starfare gets quite a bit done, admittedly. What do you think about the Starlight and potential capacity and gameplay loops? I think it's definitely going to really live up to its minimal role. Did you ever upgrade the tanks? Yeah, the biggest tanks I could find were the 14.3. I think they messed up the quantities you're refilling. Oh, you think it's too much? Like too high? Actually, yeah. Wait, hold on. Think about it. No, it doesn't take much to think about that. Think about the size of the damn hydrogen fuel pod, and then the size of the Gladius that is like taking all of that fuel. I think you're right. Yeah, that's. Why didn't I think of that till right now? Oh, I feel stupid. You're totally right, dude. On the refueling screen, it says micro SCU on your smaller ships, then it's pumping in full SCUs. Yeah. That's so. And I haven't ran the refueling missions on this latest update. I don't know if they've made the fixes yet or the changes yet, but that's actually a really good point. Your ship should be going a lot farther than it is, especially the Starfare. That is actually a really solid observation that I should have caught. And I'm just talking, not even the fact that it's micro SCU versus full SCU, but just thinking about the size of the damn fuel pod and all the fuel it's carrying. Like, where is that gonna go on a damn Avenger or a Gladius? Like, it's bigger than the damn ship, or at least close in size. Like, my gosh. Okay, that's great. Here, let's grab this. You'd need multiple chips with the Vulcan if that's how hydrogen's gonna be. Yeah. As you get further into refueling, the Ares Inferno takes like 68 SCU of quantum. What the hell? Yeah, I've only gotten to the fleet stuff, which is the 28K, like where it's the 3 light fighters, and that one mission will pretty much empty my Starfare, which is kind of crazy. Not of the quantum fuel, but of the hydrogen. It's like 10 full SCU of hydrogen per ship, which that's actually a really good point. So hopefully they rebalance those numbers. It's kind of like the Moth of scraping speed, how it was like off by a decimal place or two. I think they might need to fix that on the refueling side post-haste super quick, like yesterday. 68 SU of hydrogen fuel. That makes more sense. I was kind of picking up what you're putting down. Think they're going to need to eventually refactor most of the ship resources. Currently, with the new refuel, repair, rearm, etc., you need more SU of resources than the ship's size. Yeah. That's kind of what we're talking about. I feel kind of dumb for sort of realizing it as late as I did, but yeah. Yeah, they gotta tweak some of those integers a little bit. Move a decimal place here or there, because that is not going to be a workable solution in its current state. Come on. My gosh. Clumsy. All right. Stop getting stuck on nothing, stupid. I would think that it's not even 45 SCU hydrogen capacity. It should be 45, like, micro SCU. Thirsty ships, yep. Facts. Come on. Alright, I think I'll organize some of this stuff a bit more later. Burning too much time moving these boxes around. Let me go up and actually get back to clearing pads. Haven't even left Everest Harbor yet. Not being very efficient with my time. They need the nerf hydrogen fuel across the board now, yeah. I think they just gotta make the decimal adjustments or whatever to making it the proper amount. And then, Yeah, figuring out, like, a way to actually maybe tweak the way we burn hydrogen so it actually matters to buy it and make the fuel prices not be so out of place, out of mind as they are now. Like, we don't really think about the cost of fuel, which I don't want fuel to be so expensive that it's prohibitive or anything, but I do think that it needs to matter a bit more. All right. Let's go munch that Corsair. Let's see if they're still sitting there. Don't be like him. Yep, he's still there, all right. You've exceeded your visitary rights, sir. If you're gonna log out, just park your ship next to the pad. Why on the pad? Don't be that guy. Nobody likes that guy. That guy sucks. All right. Let's clean it up. 45 SU is what Urkel says. Yeah, well, they're probably going off of the in-game data as it currently is. So it's all going to need to get adjusted. Because, I mean, just thinking about that, like 45 SU, the Inferno and Ion couldn't even carry 45 SU of cargo in their entire ship's area. You know what I mean? All right. Found a good use for my whole sea to make a bunch of credits. So the salvage stuff? Or what else? All right. Munching commencing. Anybody who wants to take on this sort of janitorial duty, we're kind of badass janitors. We ride the edge of the law. Get crime stat, go in, pay it off. Salvage and Nix? Really? Nice. Oh, yeah. Picking up the cargo off of those ships and then selling it. That's what some people have been doing. I've heard good things about that. Holy shit, that is just spinning off into nowhere for no reason. All right, goodbye. And look at that. Just like that, we have a functional landing pad for our good citizens of the verse. If you hog a pad, I'll probably eat your ship. Now you know. You're Batman, but your superhero named Janitor Man. Yeah. That's what it feels like. One day did we go bounty hunting, see your name pop up, and I'll know it's for being a dirty janitor. You'll see my name pop up, and then subsequently see my name disappear, because the station will have killed me, and I will be serving a sentence in prison before I get back to my janitor duties. Made 36 mil when I got home from work yesterday, just a few hours. Yeah, I've heard that the salvage looting gameplay has actually gotten pretty good again. It was a solid way to make money out in Pyro for a hot minute. And then it got nerfed pretty hard. So I'm pretty glad to hear that it's coming back. What is that? Is that a, that's a whole sea engine, it looks like. Huh. I'll clean that up real fast. When do you get Bounty Hunter attention? It's CS3, I believe, is when you get it. By CS3, the station will start firing on you, and if you're in your Reclaimer, you're not going to survive. The station's going to kill you in, like, less than 10 seconds. It's insane. The station actually earlier today started firing at me with a CS2, but I think it's because I might have not given there enough time for the ship to be unknown. I think it was, like, still a player-owned ship, so it had a higher degree of fault, or the station was just being a dick. I'm not sure. I ended up going to jail for about half an hour. I mean, it was only like 10 minutes because I just went and mined and knocked out my sentence, but that was weird. I started getting fired at with a CS2, which is the first time in the PT that's happened to me, and I've spent many an hour doing this because this is honestly just a super chill, fun way of playing the game that I really like, because I feel like I'm actually doing something that matters for other players too. Because how many times have you gone to landing pads You're doing bounty hunting, you're mining, you're doing whatever the hell you're doing, and you just want to touch down, refuel, and you got a bunch of asshats that have taken up the landing pad and left their shit there. And you just have to facepalm and be like, really? PTU ate my cat, but didn't give me the money back, so now I'm going to recopy again. Yeah, that'll happen. We had a couple of people that I saw in the PTU chat say that they lost their Starfarers. I didn't actually check to see if mine's still around. I'm hesitant to rep grind in the PTU until I recopy with the Ironclad, because I am going to, of course, recopy when my Ironclad hits, so I can have it in the PTU, and then I'm probably going to rep grind and not plan to recopy my account for a hot minute, so I can test the higher rep level conditions without just the amount of time sink it is to get the rep back up there. All right, these pads are clear. I'll do one last check of the other two pads, and then we're going to move on to Area 18, or by Genie, actually. I think Everest is still looking good. Yeah, I don't even see any ship icons over here. Sweet, we're finally moving on. Let's go clean up by Genie Point. I might just focus on cleaning up by Genie and, well, getting the money to clean it up too, because I think I'm pretty broke. We got 50K, so we can clear up basically 2 crime stats before we are broke. So we might take the whole B, run some missions from by Genie to Riker, get some cash. Maybe scrounge up enough cash to get an Erebus quantum drive for the Reclaimer. That'd be nice. Let me check my volumes real quick. Oof. Oh yeah, music volume is here. It's just not really playing much. And turn that back on. All right. Doing this is cool. It's not an official game loop, but definitely a good way to make some money. You just got to balance out your crime stat and avoid getting killed by the station or losing all your construction materials if you're not careful. But unlike this, there isn't really like an incentive to use the SRV to do this. Like, I kind of want to mess with that. I just don't have the SRV in game. I might have to wait till live to kind of play around with some ideas there, because I want to see if there's any crime stat now for towing brick ships, because you didn't get a crime stat before from towing game rule ships. It was just like player-owned ships, or active ships. Does copying a ship with crafted components carry over, or is there issues with that? So when you, as far as the PTU goes, whenever you recopy an account, that might not be what you're talking about. You reset everything. Copying a ship with crafted components carry over. So how do you mean that exactly, Lawless? Are you talking about like the insurance snapshot? In some other areas, you could get a CS from tractoring game rule ships. Oh man, I love how consistent it is that we can have like a solid reference frame, right? Hopefully you hear the sarcasm in my voice. What a pain. So there shouldn't be any issue with that. I haven't crafted any ship's components and done an insurance snapshot myself to give that perspective. But yeah, it should be fine. As long as you hit the insurance, it should remember that component and carry it over. Now, PTU patch to PTU patch, I don't know if the LTP is working again. I did come back into an actual persistent hangar this time, and all my ships properly carried over. They didn't have the claim status like they did last time. But it shouldn't be a problem. That's definitely a shouldn't with an asterisk, though, like anything in Star Citizen. What's up, the Brave Miss Green? How you doing? All right, let's see how bad by Genie Point is. Starlight color scheme is nice. Yeah, I agree. I'm actually pretty impressed with how it looks. I'm happy with that. Just joined, so sorry if this is a repeat. Did they fix the bug with leaving empty boxes on the cargo grid when recycling construction mats? That's for the moth, right? That's one of the moth issues currently, I think? Because I haven't really experienced it as much myself. And I'm not sure if that has been resolved. I don't know if anybody in the chat might know. Yeah, Star Citizen working is just a day without server errors or crashes. I can agree with that. That's just part of the experience. Nope, for the Reclaimer. Oh, I haven't noticed any issues with the Reclaimer. Yeah, I haven't noticed any issues with that at all. So I would assume then that it probably is fixed. Still was happening to me yesterday. So what exactly is it? I'll keep an eye out for it because I haven't really had the problem. Oh yeah, look at that, guys. Look at that. Full ass hattery. Full and complete ass hattery. Oh, we got our work cut out for us. We can look at all this. Look at this. Look at this. This is why I'm in a Reclaimer. That's why look at that shit. Oh my god. That's so bad. All right, we're just flying by because we came in way too fast. This is just stupid. I mean, I get the Hammerhead's got its gold pass, so people are like excited to see it, but my gosh. I don't even know. There's so many ships over here that I probably need to clear this CS1 before I even try to fracture these, because I'm probably going to get like 3 crime stats the second I turn on my Reclaimer. Oh, is it a refinery thing? Because I haven't even gotten through a full set of refining stuff yet. Good God, what a clusterfuck. They will recycle, but when you board the ship again, all the boxes are still on the grid, but they are empty now. It doesn't happen to you. I might need to blow my ship. So I manually offload all of my stuff off my ship before I refine anything. I don't refine from my ship, if that's part of what people are doing. I think the M80 interior is probably going to be an extension of like the 325 style, personally. Dude, where do I even start? There's like boxes on the ground, there's ships everywhere. Should we break the Polaris first? The Polaris might have another ship in it, so that's usually a 2-for-1 crime stat. Damn, this is so much stuff, man. Oh my gosh. This is why we can't have nice things. Anybody who does this, there's a special place in hell for you. What the fuck, guys? My god. I'm like flabbergasted as where to even begin here. That's my Polaris because the docking ports aren't working. Well, yeah, and I mean, your Polaris isn't even really an issue because it's off to the side. It's not blocking a pad. Like, yeah, no real qualms there. Yeah, and the docking port issue really sucks. Like, you have to... I hate the current docking concern. So, yeah, that's not bad. Do you have anything in your Polaris? I'll probably end up saving that. I'm going to need to go clear my crime stat before I even try to hit one of these, because there's going to be residual hits. Because you get a crime stat for each ship that gets hit by your claw. Idris is technically off the pad, too. I want to deal with these hammerheads first. Alright. There might be a bricked ATLS in there. Okay, and that could be a potential secondary crime stat. So I'm going to avoid the Polaris for now. I'm going to try to hit just this hammerhead and see what happens. There's a chance, though, that it'll take me to a CS2. And this station might start firing at me. See, I want to make sure I'm not too far away. I wonder if there's a way that I can, like, protect my ship if the station starts actually lighting me up. I don't think there really is. So we got an arrow crammed next to that one. We got a Hornet in front of this one. Okay. Let's see. What's new with the Reclaimer? New? Nothing that I really know of. I'm just doing this to clear up pads. That's why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because this pisses me off. because this prevents other players from being able to easily refuel, rearm, reload. This is more of a passion project than anything. I'm just providing a service. All right. I can get as close as I can here. Because I don't want my field, my fracture field, to hit that Hornet. Might come this way a bit more. Okay, that Hornet should definitely be out of our line of sight now. I really want to do this for science. I want to see if the CS2 we're about to get causes the station to fire at us like we did last time. God, outside the ship looks like we're not as close to this thing as we are. We might be too close. Yep. We're just stabbing it. Well. Oh, maybe we'll study there. All right, here it comes, CS2. We're not getting fired at. Okay, so Everest Harbor was being an ass. But okay, so like CS2 shouldn't have the station firing at you. Will it stay at a 2 if you do more? No, if I do another one, it'll bump up to a 3. Come on. Hit that part before it goes out of range. Come on, come on. There we go. All right, that's one cleared out. So now what I'm going to do is run in, clear my CS2, then I can get 2 more ships. That's kind of my pattern. As long as the station doesn't decide to start being a dick when you get a CS2. It's kind of annoying if you have to do it after every CS1. There definitely should be contracts for this. I 100% agree. We're going to get these pads cleared up, man. Once we get the pads cleared, then I will deal with the big boys, or the big girls, like the Idris and the Polaris. They're really just bonus material. Just kind of turning so I can EVA out of here. Let's go ahead and lock down. What's up, Space Poseidon? There should... but yeah, I definitely would love if there was actual contracts for this. So let's go ahead and go pay this off. Shit, we might not have enough money. I might need to go do some hauling contracts to earn some scratch. It's about 20k per crime stat, so we're going to be able to pretty much take care of 4 ships before we're broke. We got to go earn some cash, which is no problem. It comes with it. It's part of it. I still think that the if you don't die and lose all your construction materials, the money you can make from the CMATs doing this will definitely profit you over what it costs to pay for the crime stats. But it's kind of a game loop that I'm testing. I'm going to definitely make a video on this, like the total profit margin and the risk and all for anybody who just wants to stretch out the way they enjoy their salvage gameplay, while also doing a pretty awesome service for your fellow citizens. Need a loan? I wouldn't be opposed, just given the amount of CS2s I'm going to be cleaning this up. Don't need to turn off shields on much ships? No, not in this patch. You're able to fracture them all. I don't know if it's always going to be that way. I kind of hope. Ooh, that was a little bit of a fall there. Let's... Hazards of a job, man. Hazards of a job. All right, pad 3. Give me a number. Let's see. We got 200k should be enough to fund the clearing of Baijini. Just rough math. That should be enough to cover this clearing job. just the amount of ships that are here. And just think about all the CMATs that are here, man. You got several Hammerheads, I think a Perseus on the other side, a Corsair, got a Polaris, got an Idris. Oh, we are loaded, dude. I'm also going to set my med spawn here while we're at it, just in case anything bad happens. All right, let's go clear this crime stat so we can get back to work. Still getting the Aorus advertisements even at Area 18. Nice. So it should be 20K per fine. I think I might be able to get away with a third ship and not go CS3. Maybe we'll try that, like, as we're concluding the stream for science. If the station didn't immediately blow me up, then I would just be able to pay it off because there's no homicide. Okay, so yeah, 40K over the per violation. All right, so we are good to go clean up a couple more ships. We'll have to empty our hoppers again too, because the Hammerheads, man, they fill you up. Just steal a terminal, put it on the bridge. I know, for real. I wish there was a way to pay your fines from your Mobi-Glass, man. I think that would be awesome. I guess I could see some potential issues with that for bounty hunting gameplay, maybe, I guess? I don't know. Well, no, maybe not, because you can't just pay off homicide charges. But if you could submit fines through your Mobi-Glass to pay fee... I mean, if we have, like, toll violations or speeding tickets, we pay that shit online, you know what I mean? Right from our PCs. So that's kind of where my head goes. What was I? Pad 3? Pad 4? I mean, they're all kind of right next to each other. Hakun, where are you, man? What pad am I at? Oh, I might have got it, actually. See, the Starfarer's trying to refuel. Hopefully they're able to. But see, he wouldn't have been able to do that if we didn't clear out that Hammerhead. You're welcome, my friend. You are welcome. This Hornet isn't touched down, so hopefully he's able to refuel. I wish I could ask his feedback to see if he's able to. All right, let's go get back to cleaning. I was eating. Ah, it's okay. We were pretty much at the space. I mean, by Genie's kind of easy because all the pads are really close together. All 4 pads, so it wouldn't have been bad either way. But we got it. We got it. All right. Let's get back to work. Alright. Land. It's a cool looking Idris, by the way. I like the gray on black, or gray on red design it's got. I would really love to be doing this on my Moth. Even if it took a little bit longer. That'd just be fun. Yo, Moonfish, we are in the Aegis Reclaimer, the big queen of salvage. And we are on janitor duty. We are cleaning up the pads. We already cleaned out Everest Harbor, so all 4 pads are open for business. A lot of the ship debris has all been cleaned up. We got over here to Area 18, which I figured would be pretty bad considering the whole, you know, Invictus is going to be here thing, and there is some stuff to see here. I was like, I bet these pads are going to suck, so. Captain Scatterbrain Light, yes. All right. So hopefully he was able to refuel. I think that Hornet's not really blocking that one yet, so I'm going to use my next 2 crime stats to get the Arrow and the Hammerhead here, because we're about to get a 2-for-1. At least I hope there's no other ship kind of hiding below the Hammerhead, because we are about to hit both of these at the same time. In fact, if I stay about here, I should be able to hit the entire landing zone, and hopefully not the other Hammerhead, because that'll be a CS3. That's what you got to worry about, cascading crime stats. If there are more ships that you don't see, you get a violation for each ship you hit. Not good. What are you salvaging? Abandoned player ships? Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. Mostly to just restore functionality to these landing pads because these people are blocking them. I'm gonna go clean out my hoppers so we can take advantage of all the scrap. So like I am getting material out of this that I can sell, so there is money to be made, but it's also doubling as a community service is what I'll call it. Docked at Seraphim with the whole C and it worked fine. No door issues. Wow. So docking seems to be hit or miss. It's calling the ship where the doors are always closed. Which, of course, you can't really test the whole C because it'll just spawn in your hangar. But every single time I've called my Reclaimer, it pops up at a docking caller 1 or 2 and the doors are closed. But it is a confirmed issue console at least, so that's gonna get worked out. All right, let's cram all this crap back here, make some room. Been thinking of upgrading Moth to Gemini since Refuel in 4.8. Refuel has been fun, but pledge changes I struggle with personally to think about. Tried docking with the whole C last night and it wouldn't let me. Yeah, and I know that, and this isn't, because I know Saxowine knows this, but for those of you who are wondering what's going on with docking, if you didn't know yet, they changed the docking keybind to right Alt N, and you can't currently bind that to your flight sticks yet. So that is one thing. If you're wondering why you can't undock, for anybody who isn't sure, that is what's happening. You got to hit right Alt N now to dock and undock. Same with refueling. With the new fueling missions and all when it comes to the Starfare and likely with Starlight. So hopefully that helps some of y'all out. But yeah, the docking process on docking collars and all is pretty shitty at the moment. Not fun. I thought Red All In was just for ship to ship. No, it has been officially changed. Even like on the actual keybinds list. If you go to flight movement on vehicles, you'll see it. It's right between your landing gear requests. Or your landing stuff. Landing system toggle, docking, and then retract and deploy. Right Alt N. You can still... Well, okay, yeah. Station docking, you can request it with the same keybind we used to use, but that keybind's not working for undocking our ships, like the Reclaimer. I have to hit right Alt N for my Reclaimer to undock now. It's not the same keybind for me, or at least it's not recognizing it, or maybe it was a glitch. But yeah, I think you're right. I am able to request docking nodes with the same old keybind. So these crates are coming from my Reclaimer's built-in hopper, just like the Moth and the Mole. I already had them pretty much full because right before you popped in the live stream, we fractured and took in a hammerhead, which had a lot of material. So we have still 100 SCU of material, of construction material, out of the 240 hopper. So I've got both of these building 16 crates worth of it to empty the hopper before we break down the next one. I have a bunch of boxes under here too, stashed away. The Reclaimer interior space is, you can be more organized than I am. I'm kind of just throwing stuff back there for the hell of it. Because the grid in the Reclaimer is still not super useful, so I kind of just tend to throw things as far back as I can to pull them down into the processing hold when I go to offload stuff. Better question, how are you unloading? So I go to Terra Gateway, since there's a refinery there and an external freight elevator. And then what I do is I pop down to the hold, I open that back door, and then I pull off everything in the processing hold down below us first, put it on the external freight elevator, and then I start pulling everything I can from the little chute back here. It's one of the reasons that I throw all these crates as far back as possible. It can be a little time consuming, but you can kind of get into a good rhythm as you're doing it as well. And I will typically, I'll do like a certain amount and then run down to the refinery to process it, because this shit takes a long time to refine. Like I currently have like a 4-hour work order going that's only going to result in like 50 SCU of CMATs. Haven't been in one since 4.0. Yeah, I'll run down and I'll show you after these stop popping out. I think we only have one more. Yeah, we got, I think, one more box after these pop out. I typically will let this thing kind of fill up all janky until I've cleaned out a station's pads, because that's my primary goal, is to restore station function. And then I'll go to Terra Gateway and take the time to offload and refine, and then I'll usually use my hull B to run the refined material somewhere to sell it, like Sellen's Terra Mills on Sellen, or any of the TDDs. This looks so crazy. All right, so that should be the last box. All right, so there's a chute behind all this mess to link to the second floor processing hold where I store stuff, or the salvage hold rather. So we'll go down there and I'll show you the elevator that I use to offload. It's not very intuitive. It definitely comes with a lot of jank. It's okay for a player like me. I enjoy taking my time, throwing boxes, working with difficult ships, so it's cool. So this is the elevator here, and thanks to Edric today, I realized there is an old school floating elevator button, so I can tap this to drop this door down. And then from here, I can pull out of here and offload behind me to like a freight elevator. That's usually what I do. Man, there are so many ship parts out here, just all over the place. Embrace the chaos, exactly. All right, let's go ahead and clear off that next pad. It's going to cost us 2 crime stat ratings. Hopefully no more than that. And hopefully the station doesn't get mad because they realize I'm doing the Lord's work and I'm cleaning out their shit. Yeah, I don't know, I don't remember when it was, maybe somebody in the chat remembers, but they made a good change to that rear elevator that dropped it down farther, and I think maybe removed those rails you're talking about, which it's actually really easy to pull boxes out of it now. I can actually stand on the elevator and shuffle 16 SCU boxes out of it, no problem. The biggest tedium comes from having to take stuff from up in salvage processing that might be a little bit too far away down to the processing hold or just in the back part of the chute, which is why I've got all those boxes piled up like a crazy mountain back there, because my goal was to be able to grab as many of them as I can from the chute just for time's sake when I'm dropping them on the external freight elevator. That's the method to my madness. It drives the neat freak in me insane when it comes to box spread, but it is what it is. Alright, we should still be in a decent spot. Last I did it was when cargo boxes would get stuck and blow up the ship. Yeah, that's a problem of the past, thankfully. Alright, deploying the claw. What the hell? Did you guys see that? Something just went kaboom. Okay, I really hope that the fracture field will not be... Oh! Fuck! We only got a CS2 for that. Whew! We hit all 3 ships and we only got a CS2. Oh, that was a butt pucker moment, dude. Fuck. Well, we just involuntarily did our sciencing of the crime stat that I was going to do at the end. Oh. That put my stomach, like, up in my throat, dude. Because I saw the hammerhead get hit and I went, fuck. I was just waiting for it to go 1, 2, 3. Oh my god. I got chills. Oh, okay. So we can break 3 ships? I'm gonna let it keep fracturing to hit that other hammerhead. Because you don't get any crime stat for disintegration, it's just fracturing. Holy shit, dude. Now that's a mass cleanup job if I've ever seen one. So what you gotta be careful of, guys, is if you don't realize if you're fracturing like an Idris or a Polaris or something, if they've got more than 3 total ships, you're gonna get a CS3. Because I absolutely know one more ship gets you a CS3. I thought it was a CS3 per violation, but apparently you can get 1 extra violation. Watch the owner come out into the pad. If the owner came out to the pad, I'd give him a virtual bird, dude. Or I'd do the one where you crank it up. Be like, that's what you get for hogging a freaking pad, dude. How can you get permission to land on a landing pad versus a hangar? So with the landing pads, it's not permission based. You just land. And so the trick with it too, and it'll be easier to see once the other part of the hammerhead clears, or actually you can see with the one kind of behind the reclaimer. Do you see that like yellow outline, the thin yellow outline that's actually on the pad? It's like a sort of a rectangle. That is the area where as long as you just touch down, all you have to do is just land and then go into your landing services and it'll pop up for you to refuel, rearm, repair. But if there's another ship there, it doesn't work. So like on this one, it's more of a square. See where the fleet or sorry, rest and relax symbol is, and the yellow sort of square, that is the zone you have to land in to request repair, rearm, and refuel. That's why some people, like I think what this Hornet did, is they'll park up a bit more above it to not be a total ass. Some people suck, and they actually like put their ship in the hallway, which that's a special kind of asshole. Am I actually still fracturing that other piece? That'd be a lot faster if I just re-angle my ship. Holy cow, dude. That's... Alright, so... We'll definitely be taking a peek at all the charges we just got. We're like on the sliver's edge of a crime stat 3, in which we would just get completely destroyed and lose all of the material we have on board. There is definitely some risk that comes with this, but keep in mind too, disintegration doesn't come with any aggravated charges or any any violations. It's just fracturing. So leaving your ship on disintegration when you get out of your seat is smart, so you don't automatically trigger a crime stat. That's what I always do. I leave my ship in disintegration because when your claw comes out, it tends to stay on the last thing you had it on. Yeah, exactly. One more pube, get a CS3. You're not wrong, dude. We are right there. All right. We're going to go ahead and pull in both of these. We're going to take a little bit of a hit on our value. That's fine. I probably should have got closer to that big piece, actually. It would be a little bit faster. You got a really wide kind of... That's not a distortion field. Energy field when it comes to this, which is why you got to be extra careful when you're trying to avoid getting that CS3, especially when you have so many ships closer together like they are. Again, out here, the... oh, shit, the Idris is gone. Wait, did he just fly away, or was that the explosion? There was an Idris right there. It's just not here anymore. Maybe the system cleaned it up? I didn't know that was the thing. So what's the ratio of raw to refined for CMATs now? It's bad. It's like 15 or 20%. So like out of 1,000, you're going to get like 150. It's pretty bad. It's still some good profit doing this because you get so much bulk materials that it's okay. But doing like standard missions, it's a bit harder to justify. Yeah, 45% is your yield on minables. Construction materials, it's way worse. Which kind of sucks, because they're still only like 8K per SCU. I mean, they were at Levski up to like 20K, weren't they? I mean, I haven't checked that in a while. I don't know if Sacks of Wine's still in the chat or anybody who sells CMATs. But Levski used to make a pretty penny. All right, we're going to come over to this side. Yeah, you nailed it on minables. That's absolutely right on minables. All right, we're going to pop over here. I'm going to cheat third person so I can see where I'm going a bit, because there's so much debris to clean up around here. It's insane. At least now I know I can hit 3 ships before I have a real bad time. Oop, guess I landed next to an engine piece. Oh, is he already fractured? Or destroyed? I might just be able to suck him up. We'll try it. I'm going to go pay off this crime stat before I do anything else, though. Oh. So kind of like the salvage missions in a way, like where you have to pay the 50,000 AOEC fees to like go find a salvage claim and then you know, bring it up. There is that sort of consideration here, because you are going to be paying for crime stat stuff if you do want to do this kind of a game loop. Not everybody's going to be want to do this like me, but it's a good way to get your hands on some materials, that's for sure. I don't scrape anything, because I think that hitting it with your... Actually, I don't know. Hitting it with your scraper might not cause any aggravated violations, but I'm more interested in getting the ships off the pads. Maybe if I have everything off the pad and there's just some stuff that's salvageable as bonus material, then I'll start scraping, but... When base building comes, this will be the way to go. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we're going to hit this Percy next. and then that Corsair. We might be able to clear both of these pads actually before having to reset our crime stat. If it really is 3 ships to CS2, that's awesome. Should be a 60K fine that I'm paying for. CM sells for 15K MPU right now, if memory serves me, from a couple days ago. So that's pretty good. Down to about 4K per CMAT SU, I think. Okay, so I'm seeing different things. So is that refined versus raw? You can scrape if the ship is owned by the game. So that's what's kind of changed, because now, instead of the traditional game rules things, at least from what I've seen, it's bricked versus not bricked. All right, so pad 4. Pad 4. Remember that. I'm here if you need a hand. I appreciate that. All right, let's go pay this down. Scraping gives incremental crime stat. Interesting. It's not reliable. If it's repeatable though, that I can hit 3 ships per CS2, that's actually nice, just for time's sake. It should be about 60K. You're paying about 20K per ship that you break, regardless of its size. Hopefully it working with shields versus game rules or whatever is intended. Yeah, I hope it's not something that gets patched out. I think that whatever they did that allows us to fracture like this should stay, because I think that this is something that's needed. Yeah, 60K even. And thank you for the loan. Oh, that's a lot more than I was expecting. Thank you so much, guys. But yeah, that's 3 armistice violations that equates to a CS2. Good to know. Thank you so much for contributing to the Janitor's Fund. Really, really appreciate that. Really, I haven't seen my CS go up when scraping your station, but again, it's 4.7. Yeah. I think there's a pretty big change of that now in 4.8, since we have the whole, like, bricked ship systems. Yeah, I guess somebody else helped me out, so thank you, guys. I don't do much in the PTU. Wait, you sent me 10 mil? Holy shit. Oh my god, I'm back up to 15 million. I was off by a 0. Well, damn, thanks. Appreciate it. I usually don't like that in live, but PTU is a little different, because you spend 15 mil on a ship when you copy your account, and then Chris Roberts eats it, and then you're out 15 mil when you go to the next patch. So with the PTU, I'm a bit more flexible there. Thank you. It's super helpful. In theory, if you can fracture through shields and with power on, then you could fracture occupied ships that are attacking you. It could be weaponized. Yeah, but the range that you have to be in to fracture them is so close that it wouldn't be... It's like expecting to go out with a mole and use the helix lasers to be a menace. Like, yeah, you could blow up a ship with your helix laser, but it's not going to be a practical threat. That would need to be balanced out. Yeah, staying on target, staying close enough, because there's also a range that you have to be within. But you can absolutely do it, because I fractured and got a homicide charge for killing the dude. Is that another Reclaimer? Oh, yeah, it is. Cool. Welcome. Yeah, hey, feel free to, if that's anybody in the chat, I don't know if that might actually be Guns Gaming. If you want to get any of these ships, man, go for it. Just remember, you get one armistice violation per fracture hit, and you can only get 3 without going CS3, and the station kills you. Yeah, Inner Hype, we saw the Starlight earlier. I'm excited to test that thing out. Reclaimer versus Solar Idris. Get behind it and fracture it before they know you're there. Yeah. Yeah, and the fracture takes a hot minute, man. So that'd be kind of a funny thing to watch a Reclaimer like chasing an Idris, like trying to break it with its claw. That'd be hilarious. Why no pinch? Alright. Yeah, is there anybody in the chat that doesn't like the Starlight? I think most people seem to be pretty happy with how it's shaken out. The only real counter to an Idris, I know. It was so funny because the one that I broke that ended up sending me to jail because I ended up killing 2 people that were on board, because one guy was a criminal and I think another guy was messing with him. But he was getting fired at by the station. He was also hogging a docking collar for like a solid 30 minutes. So I moved out of the way of the station, got under his belly and started fracturing. And then I fractured the Idris and then proceeded to also get a double homicide. And I went, oops. Whoopsies. Cue Benny Hill theme. Personally, I hate Misk simply because of the cockpit view. That's fair. I think if more of the views were like the Prospector and the Fortune. It'd probably be better. Okay, I'm going to try to hit this Percy first. Well, apparently I'm hitting Station. Whoops. Okay, let's see. Where's that other Reclaimer? I don't want to be in their way. Alright, he's doing his thing. Oh, this is awesome. It's cool seeing another Reclaimer out here. Wait, did a Polaris just land on that pad? Alright, I'm going to be keeping my eye on it. As long as he's actively using, you got a 20-minute counter there, friend. I think that's more than enough time. Hang on, let me give him a scan. There he goes. Good man, good man. Hopefully he was able to get a good refuel. Quick question, is salvaging ships and armistice zones new this patch? Salvaging in armistice zones hasn't really been new, I don't think. Salvaging through shields, I think, might be. I haven't had a single ship yet that I haven't been able to fracture, shields or not. Hey, there it goes. Alright, I am right next to you. I think that's Gaming, who was mentioning helping. That freaking Corsair is freaking out. Alright, we're gonna pop over and get this Percy. I suspect salvaging through shields is a bug. I really hope not. It's so helpful. It's really not like a crazy unbalanced thing. He saw you looking, yeah, that Polaris. He's like, uh-oh, I better leave. Oh, damn, our freaking hopper's still full. Well, let me see if he's in a fracture state. He's in a disintegrate, so there we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and break it. I'm gonna move off though. So if whoever's in that Reclaimer's in chat, feel free to suck up this Perseus. I'm just gonna fracture it, and then I'm gonna move off. I have to empty my hopper. Oh, I got a double. Oh shit. What else did I hit? Something else is here. Oh, did he have another vehicle inside his Perseus? Yeah, it does have a slight front look to the whole B, but it's a bit more like a whale. I kept calling it a beluga. Every time I go to pad live, there's like 20 ships blocking it. Yeah, this is gonna be something I probably do anytime I jump into the verse. The first thing I'm gonna do is pad clear, and then I will get into whatever game loop I'm doing. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and back off and clear out my hopper. Apparently, I hit another ship. Because I got 2 crime stats, unless there's something inside the Perseus that I didn't know about. But I'm going to move off and open my hopper up, so feel free to come scoop this thing up. I am not hurting on the CMATs. Yeah, I think brick ships do, because all the components are down, which that might be what's happening, is that it's not that we're actually going through shields, it's that the ships are bricked, allowing us to fracture them, which I think that is awesome. Hire a whole bunch of us to clean all the pads. Hell yeah, man. Everybody just gets to keep whatever CMATs they get, and we just make sure we don't get crazy amounts of crime stats. All right, so I'm going to just move off out here. I'm going to go empty my hoppers and then start doing cleanup duty. We've almost got these 2 pads fully clean. Bricked makes sense, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, actually. So I might have been wrong in saying that it's because their shields are on. I think it might just be that the ships brick when the players leave. Instead of game rules, I think they're bricked, which allows you to do your thing. So more testing to verify. I am partially talking out of my ass. OLISAR pad cleaning at your service. Yes. Love it. I'm just trying to really emulate that blue-collar captain mindset. Could it have been the parts of the ship the other guy fractured bouncing off of you, causing the crime stat? I don't know, honestly. Now that I have a CS2, without being able to see how many charges I have, I'm going to have to run in and clean that up, because I don't want to risk a CS3. The station eats a Reclaimer so fast, it's just not worth it. Especially if you've got a bunch of CMATs on board. It might be smart in some cases to not get too greedy into offload and refine. I just really want to clean off all these pads before I go. Processing. No! Ah, just sent me to the hold. Damn it. I want to go to processing. Take me to processing, please. Okay, cool, it worked. Yeah, I think that they're just called bricked now instead of game rules. I think that's just the difference. I think it's the same function, or the same classification, just called something different. But I haven't scanned enough ships to actually know that for sure. That's why I said I'm kind of talking on my ass with that. God, I have so many CMATs already, man. I know a few Reclaimer lovers in the OLISAR group, like Obsidian too, that probably would love to do this once they figure out that they're able to. It's got the double benefit of making life better for other players and giving you a whole lot of materials, because as you can see, there is plenty to go around. And this is just the one PTU shard. I mean, you could even technically shard hop. If like you clean out your shard, move to another shard, clean it up. Watch there end up being like a reputation for pad clears. That'd be cool. What's the thought that the M80 will be a torpedo, big missile fighter? Based on the pictures I'm seeing, that's one of the only things that makes sense, because it only having 2 size 4 guns would be a huge swing and a miss. Like that would really suck. I don't know enough about the ship to really give too much thought on it. That's why I'm kind of reserving judgment until I see more. It looks cool, but oh my god, what? Jeez, okay, a little dangerous. Some of these boxes are not happy. I might need to get a little bit more organized with how I do this in the future. Box collisions don't tend to like what I'm doing here. I'm just doing CM, yeah. Because my goal is to clear the pad, so I don't want to take the extra time to scrape. If it's something big off a pad, and I've done all my pad clearing, then maybe I'll scrape. But yeah, my goal is to clear the pad, so break the ships, pull in the CMATs, and move on. Not as money motivated as it is feel good motivated, like I'm doing an actual service for players. At definite high risk to myself between the boxes coming at me, the crime stats, stations possibly blowing me up, the couple of times that I'll definitely be going to jail. I've already had that happen a couple of times. Unfortunately, since there's no homicide charges for the most part, getting out of jail doesn't take very long. Yeah, no, I hate this. I hate how this looks, honestly. I'm going to figure out a method where I can be a bit more organized. I can't stand, like, this bothers me a lot more than I could even say. But for the sake of just kind of moving along here and keeping everything as far back as possible. And kind of seeing what happens also, a little bit of science. Does Captain have a water puppy? A water puppy? What? I thought you were saying I needed to hydrate or something with that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the ship's going to get a nice redesign in time. I just would bet that it's nowhere near being any sort of priority. Whoop. Grab the wrong box. Whoops. No. Stay over there. Stop trying to jump this way. What's the worst that could happen? Just tossing more and more boxes to the back. Yeah, you're from Florida. What? I don't have any gators. That's what we call swamp puppies. Gators, crocs. Can't wait for loose cargo to be a negative thing. Yeah, like cargo being damaged and such. Like properly securing your cargo is going to be important. I look forward to that too. Kind of just doing this for the chaos factor. Added benefit, see how many people in chat lose their mind. Like, what are you doing? It's fine. Oh, God. Box physics are still so funny. Alright. Still got, jeez, at least 4 more boxes. Name my ship Turtle George. Nice. Oh, come on. Get over there. Stop getting stuck on the rafter, damn it. Holy shit, bro. What are you... wanted to do was there. That's all I wanted, was to throw you back. You're probably not going to stay, though. You're going to fall. It's all alive. It's like a nightmare storage unit. It's all freaking out. Don't worry, we'll be better organized next time. This is like where you've known you needed to clean your room for a while, and had you just cleaned it right away, it wouldn't have been so bad. But then like time goes by, and before you know it, your room looks like Asmongold's room, and you're like, oh god, how did we get here? How much cargo's in the Moth? I think gridded's 288. Or no, that's the Hermes. It's high 2s, I think. Nightmare is not the word I'd use. Okay, we empty? We're empty. All right. Back to pad cleared. I think the Moth can carry quite a bit. It's in mid to high 200s. If I'm remembering right. We gotta hop out of here and go clear our crime stat again. 5 boxes in. Shit. Probably not far off. Okay. Habitation deck. I think it's 292. Yeah, it's somewhere up there. More like, why, Satan, why? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Hang on. Are we too far from the pad to just EVA from here? Might take a little bit. Hey, look how clean that looks now. Thank you, fellow Reclaimer. Wherever they went. Not all heroes wear capes. Oh, he's right there. He's taking care of the Polaris. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to pull a little closer, I think. We're going to be EVAing for a hot minute from this far. What are the features that are not implemented? Oh, wait. I missed this from earlier. I wonder if they're waiting for more of the Reclaimer's features to be implemented before a full rework. I think it's the drones, yeah? Oh, the official cargo capacity is 224. Is that's the side grids where the storage or the crates pop out, as well as the cargo elevator, right? Are the new flight suits in game? There are flight suits in game. As far as the new ones, I'm gonna say yes. I think Tammany and Sons in some places have them now. 224 plus Hopper. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, we were just talking about the flight suits earlier. I don't know if there's any like exclusive new flight suit that isn't officially in the game yet, but I do know that they added the flight suits to some of the places to buy down on the planets. All right. Hang on, we'll pop down over here. Whoop, dang it, this way. Spin our ass around so we're closer to the pad to EVA. What are these boxes on the pad? I might check that out too. Maybe I'll take those with me. Alright, back in we go. When you get a chance, look at screenshots. Alright, I'll check it out. Let me just get out of the ship real quick. This is definitely a hell of a way to melt some time. I guess we're going to offload this. I don't think I'm going to be able to offload and refine all this before the next patch hits. Dream team for me for salvage, Moth for munching, Vulture for scraping. I get that, and I'm golden. Hell yeah. All kinds of beeping sounds happening in this ship right now. Okay. Open and close. Nice. The Polaris is fractured. Good job. What do we got? Hydrogen fuel. I'm just going to move this off the pad. Well, apparently I just hurt myself. Love it. I'm just going to move this down here so it's not in the way. Ship noise countermeasures? Is that for another mission? That's a new kind of box. Huh. All right. I think this pad is officially cleared. Oh, it's the new restocking tech. Got it. That makes sense. One of the Perseus was trying to see if they could do that too. Damn, there's another Polaris out there just chilling. Why? What? Whoa, okay. That's what I was trying to do. All right, let's see. I think we probably just have the 2 violations, not the 3. So I want to test my luck. Someone was advertising free refuel rearm at Area 18 on PTU. Oh, nice. All right. Here, let me check the screenshots. I'd also love to see them bring back the original Muncher arm. Oh, no. For the Reclaimer when Salvage progresses further. The original? I didn't know there was a different one. Oh, good God. All right, so you got all your rafters filled up. I got you. Okay. Crazy. Oh, let me go ahead and update Discord while I'm at it. There we go. Yeah, finally able to utilize the shop terminals again to buy in bulk. That was broken up until this patch, which is really annoying. You could really just quick buy, which wasn't ideal when you're trying to get ammo or drinks and stuff. You're kind of screwed. All right. The legal admin terminal guy is going to be like, damn, we got a few guys that just keep on paying us fine money here. What are they doing? Like, I think they're actually cleaning our station. Okay, yeah, so we could have done one more. Good to know. Now we're reset, so now we can fracture 3 ships. What happened to ship buying? Well, I think the terminals being busted might have been the problem. At least stacking's working. Stack all works. Yeah, that's good again. Bam. That's huge. Box stacking, I think, is still bugged. Not 100% sure on that, but I think it is. Like the whole C bugs, or the refinery order stuff, which I'll try to check that last refinery order I sent out to Terra before we get our update tonight. Equip all? Wait, is there an equip all button? There's a move all button. Yesterday morning I had to buy the Gemini 2 times before he gave it to me. Oh, wow. I didn't know there was an equip all button. I've known about move all and stack all.
Welcome to the
Release candidate by the end of the week? Probably, because I would suspect next week is when we go live. A couple of days before Invictus is my guess. What am I doing? Pad 4. What about the S71? Oh, that's what I'm running, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I love this gun. This is my S71 Ascension. Love it. My favorite rifle in the game, for sure. Look at that. Look at that beautiful cleared pad. Glorious. Has to go live next week regardless. Yeah, exactly. We used to have equipped all button if you were right-click your ammo, so you could just fill up all your slots instead of doing it one by one. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my brain was going toward, like, your armor slots and all that stuff. No, that makes sense. There's combine all, equip all. Now there's just equip, combine all. This is basically the same options we've had, I think, on 4.6 and 4.7. I don't think anything changed there. Repo with Phil, yep. Left alt 1. Do we know what ship comp blueprints are available? I don't know the full list. I do know that I did get my hands on the Grade A Industrial Breton and Durango by doing Red Wind line haul hauling contracts, which is pretty cool. I haven't done a whole lot of missions that have given me ship blueprints on this patch. I kind of feel like a little bit of a failure there. I haven't done as much of the crafting grind. The Fab can show the full list of blueprints. Oh, that's right, it can. So maybe we go back down to Lorville to grab my fabricator to see what blueprints are available. All right, here we go. All right, let's see what other ships to clear out. Got the little guy on that pad, but I think he's got it. I don't want to step on his salvage claim. Oh yeah, still got this little Hornet over here. Let's clean this up. Man, remember when we first got here? I should do like before and afters. We had all those hammerheads and shit. Crazy. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this dude cleaned up. And we're back. Oh yeah, Twitch ads. Sorry. Yo, UEX, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate you. Have you been in the hall yet? Or are you waiting? No, I haven't been in there because there hasn't been anything in there, I think. Like, they have the halls, but none of the new stuff is there. I usually like to wait to experience the actual boat show when it hits versus trying to see the PTU state. Some people think that we're going to actually get the Ironclad in a upcoming PTU patch to mess with, and I was like, that's a whole lot of hopium, buddy. I don't think we're going to get that until it's officially released in the game. Here we go. Don't think the Chimera is available yet. Yeah, I wonder what missions allow you to get civilian parts versus like industrial. Releasing 6 ships at once, untested. Wonder how that'll go. About as well as you could probably expect. That's what I'd imagine. And yeah, feel free to, Depraved. No problem. All right. Here we go. Pads are clear. Bygenie is looking good. At least it will be clear once he finishes up his task over there, which that shouldn't take long. Oh, is that a link to the blueprints that are available? Yeah, feel free to check that out, guys, if you want to see what you can get your hands on. What do you got here? Just a little Aurora? I'll hit this guy. Last little bit. Oh, we got some runaway debris kind of floating around up here. I can help you clear that out. It's not going to be a whole lot of material amounts. Funniest thing is one of those people are actually in the station. Oh yeah. If they are, then they freaking deserve it, dude. We've been here so long. Like, if you're hogging a pad that long, I don't feel bad. You should learn a little bit of parking etiquette. Alright, since I'll be in disintegration mode, this shouldn't affect the other reclaimer at all. Let's go about right here. Hold position. Just data mined info. Okay, cool. Are the blueprints tied to the refueling missions? I haven't seen any blueprints from the refueling missions yet. The only blueprints I've personally seen have come from the Red Wind line haul missions I've done. clean up some of the scraps floating around out here. I should have a pretty good reach on this stuff. Oh, just the one right in front of me, apparently. Pull that in. I'll go take care of that little Mark II Aurora down there and then head back. Hell yeah, salvage and mining. I did hear salvage and mining heads are in. Are you cleaning up station pads? Yeah, you should have saw. We had 3 hammerheads, a Perseus, an Idris, a Polaris out here, all hogging up these pads. It was really bad. So we've got them cleaned up. All I got to do is grab this little Aurora down here to fully clear out this 4th pad, and that'll be Aorus and Bygenie cleared open. Do you scrap from the same chairs at another chair? So there are a couple of seats behind these two. So you got pilot seat, you got claw seat, and then behind us you have port and starboard scraper seats for actually doing the actual hull scraping. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is probably going to be one of the main things I do in 4.8 is clearing out pads and stuff. Probably one of the only times I'll be using something other than my Ironclad. Unless I can figure out some way to incorporate that, like using my salvation. But, I mean, you're not going to be able to really break any of these ships apart that way unless I can somehow get in and self-destruct them, or I don't know. I just don't see a way to not use the Reclaimer with how people are hogging up these pads. But yeah, so back here, these are your scraper seats. Just behind the cockpit. So pretty close, easy to move around, easy to hop into. I don't think it's as bad as some people do with like solo using it, but I'm also a guy that regularly solos like the mole and moth and stuff. I'm used to hopping around different seats. What ships do you think will fit in the Ironclad? I think that like the Golems, the Pitbull for sure, arrows and stuff. So like light and maybe some medium fighters. I think maybe the Vulture in Prospector, but it's going to take up most of the space. I don't think anything bigger than that. I don't think you're going to fit like an SRV. I don't think you're going to fit a mole or a moth. I mean, the SRV sits kind of low. That's a bit of a stretch. But I think most light and medium fighters and a good bit of utility ships. So in my Ironclad, I'm planning to run either an Arrow or a Pitbull. Haven't really decided there completely yet. Arrow for now, with a Golem Ox, a Mining Golem, and a Salvation. That's my 4-ship combo. That way I can do mining and salvage and also some combat stuff while I'm out there in the Ironclad, just kind of living it. What do you think about the Starlight? I like it. I think it looks pretty cool. I don't think it'll fit in the Ironclad, but if it did, that could open up some fun with refuel out of the Ironclad gameplay. That could be cool. I put extra fuel pods in the Ironclad and like land the Starlight inside it. That could be fun. I was hoping that both Prospector and Vulture will fit in it. I think that'll be too much. I think the Salvation and the Golem will together easily. But Prospector and Vulture, I don't know. They're bigger than you think. Like the Vulture barely fits in the Idris. Yo, what's up, Commander Tanith? How you doing? I hate that you think just like me, because that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that'll be cool. We'll definitely have to do some testing. That'll be a good time. Yeah, but I can do that in the C2 already. Yeah, but you're going to have a lot more space out of the Ironclad. It'll be easier to go in and out with the top-mounted door. I think the Ironclad's going to kick the shit out of the C2 with regard to being a mothership in that regard. Because not only the Salvation and the Golem, but you can also fit like 2 other ships, like your Golem Ox for transporting the cargo, a fighter ship like an Arrow, a Pitbull, I don't know, pick your poison. It'll give you more versatility. I don't think it's going to be big enough to fit the other stuff, because it's only like a third the size of the Polaris. It's a big ship, but it's not a Kraken. That's for sure. I had to stop salvaging mining for my own well-being. Had days with a refined CMAT and a bunch of RMC, filled a Caterpillar up, then lost it all when the ship went through the floor of my hangar. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Vulture, I think that both of the ships on their own should fit. So you might have to like primary like a big version of one and a small version of the other, like the Fortune with the Golem or the Salvation with the Vulture, you know, kind of like mix and match it. It'd be interesting to see what people end up deciding to do as far as like their combinations for what ships they end up running. So I think our work here is done, guys. This other Reclaimer individual is finishing cleaning up. We got these pads clear. Did I take a screenshot? I need to do that. I'm gonna have like before and afters of like these cleanup jobs. Cause dude, it was so bad. You think 2 prospectors will definitely fit? I'm curious. I guess we'll see. I'll give it another go when 4.8 gets here, though. I'm sad I can't keep premium ship parts. Yeah. There's going to be some adjusting for sure to the way things are happening with bricked ship parts and such. This side of Salvage is fun, though. Like cleaning up pads and all. I don't think I took the screenshot. Oh, fail. I should have. Because, man, that was crazy. We had, what? How many was it? We had 3 hammerheads. We had a Corsair, Polaris, and an Idris, and a bunch of small ships around him, too. That was a nightmare. All right. Let's actually, before we wrap up for the day... Well, hang on. Let's run over to Terra. Terra is our working refinery station for this stuff. Ah, you stupid... So annoying. Nav, why do you hate me? Alright, let's see. Can I scrape the surface through there? Let's try it. The 2 prospectors do fit. That will make for some awesome mining fun, as it would be a solid mothership in that regard. Well, it's like, there's the trade-off, though, you got to think about. 2 prospectors might fit, but are you going to be able to fit any bags with you? You know, like, we'll see. I'm going to be testing all kinds of fitments myself, but I want like a healthy amount of space to have extra bags, spaces to store RMC, spaces to, well, I guess not really store ship components right now because the way they broke that. But I don't want it completely packed to the gills with ships and then not have room for the storage. Fine. We're going to do what I normally do then. You want to make it to where I can't navigate to Terra? Fine. I'll just Alt F4. Did you catch my post on Discord about the hauling missions in Pyro? I did not. What's up with that? In PTU or PU? I'd imagine you mean PTU. With 2 prospectors, you have all the space for a Wolf too, so should fit some bags. So, you sound pretty confident there. Did you see like a video on that? Of like a walkthrough or like a sort of guesstimate video on that fitting? Yeah, I'm super curious too. You know how the ones that have multiple pickup locations have been broken? Turns out you can still do them all. The mission commodities will be at one of the pickup locations. Oh, yeah. We did discover that. Yep. It was, I think, a recent live stream, one of my recent live streams where we were actually hauling with the whole B in Pyro, and we were doing that. We were running around. It was either the whole B or the Hermes. Oh, no, the day we did it with the Hermes, it was, we got 30K'd out and played Windrose. It was a stream after that we tested out running around doing the 400K, the 500K payout missions, which are crazy. Yeah, and it's crazy good money because even the senior side, you're getting like 401 to 535K missions that you can run around with, and the whole B is so good for it. I didn't catch the fines that were there. Curious as I'm tired of cluttered pads around the verse. Okay, so yeah, found out kind of by accident and luckily that you can fracture, like hit 3 ships without getting a CS3. And most of the time, if you avoid a CS3, the station won't shoot at you. So you can break 3 ships, thank you. You can clear them out, and then you can run inside and pay your fines. It's 20K per armistice violation. So 3 ships is going to cost you 60K, regardless of the size ship. So that's something to think about. There might be a little bit of a money sink there. But then, of course, you're getting all the construction materials for it back to your ship, which, from what I've seen doing this in the PTU, it looks like the profits are going to be insane. Just the time with refining and seeing what the actual sale value is. But yeah, totally manageable. If you don't pay attention though, and your disruptor field is too wide and you tag 4 ships, you will get a CS3 and immediately killed by the station and go to prison. You were using the whole B when you were doing those power missions. Awesome. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I knew that. The one day we were trying the Hermes, I think that's the day that we got 30K'd out a couple times, and I ended up playing Windrose. Agree, just wish these medium hangar elevators would carry more. I know! Yeah, that is probably the biggest gripe. If they would just increase the elevator capacities and then, like, centralize the elevators so they're not at the catty corners, like, put them other side, like, either side in the middle, it'd be nice. That'd be a beautiful quality of life improvement for everybody. I have some images if you want to see for the Ironclad. Oh, hell yeah, that'd be awesome. Just basing it off of Fleet Viewer and scales I've done. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just saw that comment. Thanks. Yeah, it's wild. If it can really fit all of that, that's even bigger than I was expecting. Which expands my my potential activities. Yep, there we go. Now I can nav to it. Look at that. All we had to do was Alt F4 and it works. What a pain. Sarah Gateway, here we come. Would much rather have one large central elevator than one on each end. Yeah, I agree. Having like a really big one on one side would be okay. I wouldn't mind having one on each side, especially for ships like the Hull B, where you're loading on both sides. It's just having them in the corners where they have them now is really, really inconvenient. That was good. In the time it took for us on the live stream, we cleared out 2 full stations worth of a bunch of ships. Dropped off 1 load of CMATs. We're going to see how that refinery order's doing. Gonna head back out to Tower Mills to drop this one off. Show you guys how I offload as well. At least for a little bit. We're getting close to that time. These fits kind of highly depend on how the railings are. Yeah, which they actually they extended the railings and such. Okay. Yeah, and like wondering how we're going to be able to tuck ships like under the bridge console there is going to be interesting. Yeah, there might be more room on this thing than even I thought. Here, let me see the other one. Where is that? Was that the second one? Okay, no, they're the same. All right. Wow. Well, shit. So, based on this, like, see, that, to me, this would be a waste. Unless you're just specifically going out with a couple of guys to do some combat. But, even though the prospectors fit like this, with the way the vulture's laid out, I don't know that it would fit. Well, I guess if the vulture was further back where the wolf is, you could probably do the vulture in the prospector. Man, that'd be pretty nutty. If you could fit the vulture and the prospector in this thing, that might change my fleet loadout. It definitely looks like, based on this, you can fit a Starlight in there if it's not too tall. Do you think the top hatch will close? I think with these ships it will. I think with the Starlight, maybe not. It might be a little too tall. Because there's a lot of depth in here. I think it's 2 32 SCUs high, 2 or 3 32 SCUs high. It's a tall ship. And this is the full top door that'll come back. It's running ships this big, it'll be tight. And that is taking up a lot of space for like the bags and stuff. If I was running like this, I probably wouldn't be running with a primary fighter like a Wolf. I'd be running something like the Pitbull or a Fury or a Merlin or something to keep it tighter. That way I could like fit it in the back and have plenty of room for boxes and such. I can't wait for this ship, man. Oh my gosh, we've been waiting for the Ironclad for so long. This is like the mothership of my dreams. I'm so ready for this thing. But yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll see. We're going to have to do all kinds of sits it fits tests, right? We're going to see what we can cram in there. This assumes there's nothing blocking the opening, like there's a rail or a tractor beam to run across or anything like that. Yeah, exactly. We'll have to see the final work, but they definitely did move around railings and stuff to extend how much space is in the ship. That's why they got the SU increase, because the freight was originally like in the 1400 SU count, and now it's 2204. And the assault jumped up too from like around 1,000 to like 1,500, which is like the original freight size. So they're both going to be incredibly good ships. Don't forget the secure area for boxes. Yeah. On the regular Ironclad, there's a moving tractor rail, and I'm wondering where the tractor rail is going to be. No, it's 2204 is the final Ironclad SU count, the freight. I think the assault's like 1408 or 1508. I don't remember that one as much. I just know the freight one is 2204. But I wonder if the rail is going to be on the like along the sides, or how they're going to run it. I'm excited to see what that's a huge freight increase. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm sticking with the freight as well. And they basically got that SU increase because they moved around the internal railing systems to make use of the empty space that was already there, but sort of blocked by awkward railing placement. So they fixed that up. I thought I saw something that said it went up to 2440. No, it's 2204. 2440 would be wild. An extra 200 would be pretty cool, but no, I'm like 99.995% sure it's 2204 for the freight. All right, let's get in here. This is a case where I would absolutely love to be wrong. More would be nice. But that number really stood out. 1440 on the assault is still really good though, because that's basically what the freight was. So that's awesome. All right, let's get spinning around here, prepare for some offloading. I was about to say, how do you get all of your boxes for the refinery, but you use the freight elevator? Yep. That's one of the reasons that I like Terra Gateway as well. It's really off the beaten path. The only people that really come here would be specific hauling missions or traders. And it's not really a main trading route, so it's a very low trafficked area for players. And it's got an external freight elevator and a refinery. All right. Definitely gonna move our angle down a bit so we can see more. That should be a good spot. We'll just lock her down right there. ATLS will be your friend on the Ironclad. I bet the ATLS will be incredible. I will have the standard and the Geo and probably the Rock all on my Ironclad, as well as my ships and all too. This site has concept cargo grid layouts for the Ironclad and Assault going, although of course we won't know for sure if they're accurate until it comes out. Yeah, and we're so close to it dropping that I'm kind of just ready. I mean, we've been waiting so long that I'll just kind of like hunker down and wait the last like 8 days until we see this beast. Let's see how much they'll inflate the prices. That's a fair question. Yeah, we'll see. I think the freight when I got it was like $450. Longest 8 days. Yep, absolutely, dude. This isn't really the spot that I wanted to be. God, I don't want to look at that. Moving on. Dang, man, clean your... Don't worry, don't look at it. It's fine. I cleaned my real room, so my virtual room can be a mess. Alright, let's move this around. I did this on purpose, though. It's the nightmare it is, because I should be able to get most of that crap out as it falls without having to go back up into salvage processing, because I can hang out down here in the salvage hold with the elevator. We'll see. We'll see if my method and madness work out the way I want them to. God, I'm never printing 8s unless I have to again. They are annoying as shit. Alright, this is going to be a mess. Let's see what happens. Oh, cool. That actually didn't Whoa, that was kind of funny. Just dived right through there. All right, let's see if we can get this one out. There we go. Let me go ahead and touch the freight elevator first, though. That is the key rule that everybody should always follow. At least touch the terminal. Wait, how did you open the chute from the inside? So there's a virtual, a floating elevator button that I actually found out today thanks to Edric. I always forget because of this being the old school. Did I not refine more of our stuff? Or is it already refined and just sitting? What? I'll have to check. But yeah, I can show you where it is. It's kind of like right at the leading edge of the elevator. Four wolves in the clad for TSG, let's go. So yeah, right here at the front, this is where you'll see it. It allows you to actually move this thing. I think those are my empty boxes. Oh, is that the thing that people were talking about? The empty box glitch? That's not ideal. So should I get rid of those before I refine this stuff? Will it matter? But yeah, it is a pretty big game changer for offloading this thing, especially because now, as long as you can get most of your stuff into the salvage hold, getting up and into the salvage hold is a lot easier. Oh, damn, did I move the opposite way I wanted here? Shit, I think I might have. Uh-oh. Wait, I had another box out here. What did I do with it? Well, I got a random 16 floating somewhere. If I see it, I'll see it. Now, it probably won't matter because it's going to recognize the full boxes. Okay. Yeah, they'll definitely go away when the new patch drops, that's for sure. Yeah, I might not have parked this in the most ideal spot, now that I think about it. Or actually, I can do what I wanted to do, which is stay up in here. You behave. Yeah, that was kind of my logic, but still, I'm too high. What's up with this fog, dude? Ah. Whoop! Ow. Damn it. Alright, let me move this. Wait. Sadly, my beloved raft might get melted as well for the Ironclad. Not sure I can justify 2 cargo-based ships. That makes sense, especially coming from a fighter main. And being able to stuff a couple of great fighters inside the clad to go out and do whatever, man, it sounds like a good time. Especially, well, I don't think the Clad's going to get rearm and repair capabilities. Oh, I wish it did. That'd be such a great little mothership if it did. Ironclad's not even out yet. There's already something that it's not getting that I wish it did get. I watched one rock climbing short. Now my feed is full of them. I have to dislike him to make him stop. Good old algorithms. I always had to open all from the cockpit, which leaves you vulnerable. Yeah, exactly. Which is one of the reasons I really didn't like the idea of doing this at freight elevators until I realized that you could actually just hit that one elevator. Game changer. Even the 890 is getting it. Oh, man. I hope. Rearm repairs for the assault. See, man, if they make it just for one of the two, I might end up having to get the assault. Ah! Damn you, CIG. Alright, let's see how that feels. What I showed you should fit in the assault. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, if I have to, I can melt the freight for the assault, but... Yeah, I mean, I know what their classifications are. I don't really care too much about that. Because both of them are the same ship, able to haul the same stuff, just one can haul more, so it gets the cargo label. Well, maybe. I'll look into the CCU stuff. I don't know a whole lot about that to really comment on it right now, but I do most of my stuff through melting ships. I don't know that I can CCU up to it because I bought it with store credit. Do you really need 2K cargo capacity? Well, again, it's not about the cargo capacity. It's about the total capacity of the cargo I want to have plus the ships I want to store. It's the totality. It's everything. Because I might have 14 to 16 golem bags, plus space to store RMC, plus room for store crates, plus if I want to do some cargo missions and have some extra space while having 4 ships stored in my ship. You know, it's the totality of my envisioned use case. It's not just the flat cargo number. Need room for all the bodies too. Exactly. Back down to the hold. How do I get all my ships back in the 4.8 PTU? Do you know? So, like your pledge ships, is that what you're wanting? Is to like update to have all your pledge ships? Because you would just recopy your account. If you're newer to the PTU and you're wondering about ships you have in game and live, those don't transfer over. I'm kind of making guesses because I don't know the full context of the question there. But if you're just trying to update your PTU to reflect the ships that you've recently pledged to, you just got to recopy your PTU account through your account dashboard on the Star Citizen website. It will reset your money back to 15 mil, and it resets all of your rep. Yeah, recopying your PTU account is like a full wipe. So your money will reset to that just over 15 mil, which is nice, but you will lose any in-game purchase ships, any rep made, and it'll reset to your most recent hanger for your pledges on your live account. Yeah, I'm starting to do the same. I erase my PTU, wait for the email confirmation on that, and then I copy, and I wait for the confirmation on that, and then I jump in. Just to try to have it be as clean a reset as possible. Oh, come on, you pain in the ass. Would you just grid to the damn elevator, please? Thank you. This little fog is frustrating right outside the door right now. Yeah, no problem, Vinny. Happy to help. Recopying always work for me. You just got to verify your files after you recopy. See, I've never had to verify my files, but that's probably not a bad step to do too, just to make sure your game's in a good state. I've had to do the verify after character repair. I've seen that as a recommendation quite a bit, but it's actually a step I haven't been doing myself on the PTU side. Yeah, I could do without the weird external fog effects because there's no atmosphere. If anything, this venting should be like getting sucked out, which would be kind of cool to see. Drop that. Go figure, it's not gonna wanna... Really? There we go. Oh, whatever. You pain in my ass. You're gonna make me do this. Stupid. Tedious. I have to say I'm really liking the whole B for external elevators, though. The turrets are actually pretty nice on it for a change. Yeah, the tractor beams on the whole B are actually pretty good. I like them quite a bit. Especially now that tractor beams have got some balls, they can actually rotate boxes finally. Huge improvement there across all the ships that have tractor beams, which is a much welcome change we've needed for a hot minute. Thank you, developers. What is this dumbass 8 SCU box doing right now? Here we go. Box movers or something else. Yeah, I love tossing me some freight. It can be frustrating. Come on, you pain in my ass. What are you doing? Jeez, dude, there's like invisible, what's the word? Toe tripper type, fucking, what am I trying to say here? Not curbs. What the hell would it be? Trip points? I don't know. my brain is just not willing to work all the way at the moment. Okay. And then there was a way to, like, jump up here. Ah, ow. Well, nope, that didn't work quite the way I wanted to. That's fine. At least I can grab a good chunk of these, pull them through. Oh, well, use my org for the Master Kovalx BPs? Yeah. I'm glad that I've got Master Rank Rep there. I guess I will be seeing what kind of blueprints come with that. In the live build. I'm still rookie ranked in the PTU. I do some grinding once I do the copy for my Ironclad. Which I guess will technically be the 4-9 PTU cycle, because we will not have the Ironclad officially hitting my hangar until after this PTU cycle is over, likely. Come on, what are you doing? God, what a pain. Get over here. Yeah, the door, getting it out of here is actually not really the part that frustrates me from what I've seen on this. It's this section here, the chute, the little spot in between. Okay, well, let's hop up. There we go. Ironclad should be a large hangar, yeah. I've even been using external freight elevators and pyro. It feels risky, but so far, so good. Yeah, I do the same. It definitely comes with its risk, but I've enjoyed the hell out of it for sure. Okay, let's, come on. All right. I might finish doing my box tossing later. Let's go see if that refinery order's done. If it is, maybe we can do a quick test on the box stacking when you finish the refinery order. Large will be a tight fit for the clad. Yeah, I think you're right. It wouldn't be unreasonable, I think, to give it an extra large. Extra large will be pretty big for it, but it would probably be comfortable enough that that would make sense. Maybe it'll be extra large. Wait, what happened, Citizen Cow? Just make it one big floor with double high cargo stacking grids, like the. Oh, there's nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Kovalx can only share with those of the same rank. Yes, which sucks. That is true. You can share down with Red Wind, but Kovalx sharing is locked to having the same rep. Do you need an intervention? Maybe. I mean, honestly, I was just cramming everything to the back as far as I could to more rapidly get it down to the processing hold so I could offload it as well. With the lack of a decent grid on this thing, I don't care as much about it looking pretty. Alright. Just realized I was trying to get to the airlock so I could get out of the ship and go in and check the refinery order we already had cooking. Scatterbrain as hell. We'll do this before we close out the stream for the day. I'll mention probably one more time when I actually get off stream, but Friday, guys, I'll probably end up doing a double feature. Unless anything changes, I'll put out an announcement on the Discord and on the YouTube channel, but I'm thinking we'll probably have a split stream day where I'll do a stream earlier in the morning that'll be Windrose, and then one a bit later in the afternoon, evening. That'll be Forza Horizon 5. Next Friday, the Horizon stream should be a bit earlier. Still kind of figuring out that schedule with my buddy Mugen. They fix the whole C? I have no idea. I'm not ranked high enough in the PTU to test that properly, but we're gonna see if we can notice any difference with the Refinery order box stacking issues, which will give us some idea as to whether or not the whole C is fixed, because it has the same problem where the boxes all collide with one another. I haven't heard it's fixed, but I don't really know of anybody else that does the kind of whole C testing that I do in the PTU. I'm not sure that makes me sad, or I wish other reps were the same. I get it for balancing. Oh, Commander 10 coming in with all the gift subs. Thank you so much, my friend. That tricky finger of yours, it slips every now and then. Thank you, thank you. Big thanks from everybody. If you received that gift sub, make sure you shoot over that thank you to Commander Tanith. Big supporter of the channel. Really appreciate it. Sub 800 contracts work in live. Okay, cool. So you've had no issue with auto load on sub 800 SEU. That's the problem. Is I'm definitely nowhere near the SEU contracts to test that here. One of the guys named Sam was doing whole C hauling yesterday, and he said he wasn't having problems with the stacking. Okay, well, that's a good sign. I'll definitely do some immediate testing when the live build hits. That's a no-brainer.
Please report to management as soon as possible. Containment to management.
Yeah, I don't think this Refinery order is probably done yet, because it was a pretty hefty amount of time, even with only coming out to like 50 SEU at the end of it. Yeah, I really hope that box sorting issue got corrected, because that was bad. That was one of the biggest, really the only thing killing the whole C. Still another hour? Ugh. Jeez. All right. Well, I'll have to report on whether or not this is working properly later. Let's see. Pyrotechnic. My gosh. These processing times are ridiculous, man. It double tap it, or I really have that much that I put out? I'll have to investigate later. Second order will probably get lost. The patch drops? Yeah, it will. Hell, I don't even know if I'll be able to take advantage of this first one. I'll try to set an alarm to make sure I can go and run that and make some money off of it. You have an entire constipated salvage processing hold. Yeah, there's a lot of crap in there. That's all just from all the ships that we cleared out of Baijini, because we were sort of empty by the time we went over to Baijini. I mean, we had some stuff, but man, 3 hammerheads and a bunch of other shit. That's crazy. Yeah, let's get our... I'll get the Reclaimer sorted. Lots of stuff on board. I'll probably end up throwing in Book 7 of the Dungeon Crawler Carl series and offload the rest of this cargo. And wind down, probably play some more Far Far West with the wife. If you guys haven't checked out that game, it is a blast. Early access, extraction shooter, where you're a little robot, like in an alien world, fighting off a bunch of skellies and stuff. It's fun. We have had a blast playing. Is my whole B still here, or did I move that? I moved it. Let's see. Chimera Quantum Drive. Really?
Please visit us again.
You walked in front of me! I'd slap you if I could, rude ass. Fucking the hell, man.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Walks right in front of me, staring at me, and yells at me. The entitlement! My goodness. Totally threw off what I was doing. NPCs, man. Giving you that side eye, too? I know, exactly. Like, why, dude?
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Oh, I love that, though. I still am not sure if, like, you have to reinsure after you claim it, or if it just remembers. I've just kind of, out of a nervous habit, I've been making sure to hit insure every time I do claim the ship. Just to, I don't know, just in case, because I usually will have that kind of bad luck. All right. What was, I don't remember. Pad 12, maybe? Use a salvage disintegration beam on her. I know! Oh, my gosh. The amount of NPCs that I swear are, like, programmed to try to pinch between you and the ASOP terminals, I just want to, like, get out of here. What are you doing? extraction shooter I'm going to go check out via demo is Cargo Hunters. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, the, oh boy. How far away am I from the ship? All right, I'll figure that out. Far, Far West just dropped. Oh, it's on the other side. April 28th, so it hasn't even really been out that long, but it's been fun. We've been having a really good time with it. I think I'll just send this back to the lobby and go ahead and find another awesome content creator to raid out to. Choo choo. Yep, yeah. If you know Wild Wild West themes with a badass like Back to the Future style locomotive with the way it flies, it's a good time. The music is killer. On the Gaming with Deadweight channel, one of the only videos on there right now is actually my wife and I's first playthrough. It's like a little bit less than half an hour long. Pretty entertaining. If you guys want to check it out, if you want to see what the game is about. Again, it's the Gaming with Deadweight YouTube channel, which is linked in the description of this live stream. That's where we're going to be playing all the other games like Forza, Far Far West, Windrose. That's where it's going to be. I keep getting teased with all these Forza Horizon 6 videos that I'm like avoiding because I don't want to get overly spoiled by them. Rude. Cargo Hunters was February. Yeah, I'll have to check out what that is. I haven't really messed with too many extraction shooters. It also kind of gives me like roguelike vibes, which that I'm a bit more familiar with. I love the hell out of Crab Champs. I've been having a lot of fun with Marvel Rivals again lately. Oh, really? Have it going, man. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Hazard Shield. Yeah, big thanks to everybody who was hanging out watching the show. I am now on Twitch finding us someone to raid over to. Super excited. We're getting closer and closer to 4-8. Why are you not giving me the options? There it is. Stream Manager. I'm going to go to bed, catching the verse. Sounds good, bro. Now you have a good time. Sweet dreams and the like. All right, here we go. Who we got? Who we got streaming that we can go pop in on? Got Even Lease. We just raided to him recently. I'm going to try to mix it up a little bit. Enterprise is in the 4-8 PTU. What? Oh, Captain Buckshot. Let's go. All right, guys, I'm kicking in the raid now. Thank you so much. Again, Commander Tanith for the gift subs. Really appreciate that. I will catch you guys on Friday with some probably Windrose and Forza action. See you later.